First, we're gonna start with the bills.
Building department, okay, we'll have, Rob and budget forecasted. Caldwell, just take numbers.
How much time do we think we're gonna give them before we start deducting the $50,000 that money?
We have.
Are we yet to go in, Rob?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we doing engineering or something different now?
We're doing
First
Public
on
works.
the agenda, so, and Brent is gonna start with the building department, so when, we'll have Rob pull up the budget book, and toggle to the building department.
Perfect. Okay, well, we go ahead and begin our workshop for today. We appreciate, those that are able to be here, understand those that aren't. We see that Councilor Doty is on Zoom, it looks like, and I believe that this is also live streaming on YouTube, is that correct, Rob? So just a reminder that when you do speak, obviously those in the room can hear you if your mic's not on, but those that are not, will not be able to, so please do make sure your mic's on, speak into the mic on that, so that we can make sure we get a good recording on that, for those that are watching at home or elsewhere have the ability to hear what we are saying. So, we are gonna begin today with Mr. Orton, making his presentation, and it sounds like starting with, so Mr. Orton covers a multitude of departments, not the mapping department anymore, but he does cover, and correct me if I missed any, Brent, but we have the building department, obviously public works, I always want to say stormwater, but it's not. Wastewater, there we go, wastewater, sewer plant, the water department, street department, correct? On the airport, what am I missing? Anything? A plethora of
there's a few
irrigation.
small departments that are.
So, anyways, he covers a lot of stuff, does a lot of things for the city, so, we're glad that he's still with us, and hasn't left us. It'd be hard to replace all that he does, so we appreciate him, so he'll be taking the first bit, on all those different departments, making the presentation, so. So whenever you are ready, Mr. Orton, and I think, what was the page again, for maybe those that are home, that are pulling it up? 121 on the document that's provided, so that's where we'll be beginning at, and then taking us through that. So as you do go through it, Brent, if you're jumping around, the different pages, just let us know, or say it on the microphone so those watching can follow along accordingly, so. Okay? Yeah, make sure your mic's on. Check, there, now we go. Closer.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much. I have a couple of extra handouts too for public services and for the sanitation. So there's some direction we hope to get from the council about that. And then, just as a quick aside, I do want to tell you, I want to express thanks to everyone for being so kind to me and my family, and really appreciate that. It's really meant a lot to us. Debbie was mentioning this morning that we have just a wonderful community, and I absolutely agree. Okay, so the building department, the requests for the building department, one of our challenges right now, as the council knows from having approved the state built contract, right, that would, is we really want to get staff back up so that because the contractor services are a lot more expensive. And so, Human Resource Department has been helping us with that, and finding ways to recruit those folks for the positions that were down. So the current budget is, for 2022 is $1,475,991, and the proposed 2023 is $1,602,747, which is an increase of $126,756. And so the wages proposed within that, including the 10% and the step adjustment, and then a 2023 KRA, is $1,097,616. Operations in the building department is $470,848, and that's for 2023. The only capital expense in building this year is a purchase of a new vehicle at $35,000. I've started budgeting, generally speaking, a little more than $35,000 for if we're doing pickups, and because of what my feeling has been, these guys are driving on unfinished roads and things like that, so I've kind of gone away from, my own personal opinion that we should go away from two-wheel drive vehicles for the building inspectors and the engineering inspectors and the departments that are driving in those conditions. Also, I guess I have a feeling that the city staff should never be in a position where the public's gotta pull us out. We should be in a position where we can pull the public out if they're in trouble, right? So, anyway, but I think that we may be looking at an SUV there instead of a pickup, and get a SUV with four-wheel drive for a little less, and or a used vehicle. No proposed use of fund balance, and then what our projection of the fund balance, is $3,643, and so the purpose of creating a fund balance, because building is at this moment within the general fund. We worked together with finance, with Carol's leadership several years ago to start a fund balance. And the reason why is because when the market's hot, there's a lot of building permits, and we bring in more revenue. And then when the market tanks, then you end up with basically a requirement to provide these minimal services, electrical inspection, building inspection, commercial building inspection, mechanical inspection, et cetera. And we've got to be able to retain at least a skeletal staff to do that during those lean times. So, in years past, in the last recession, actually the general fund had to help support the building department during that lean time. So that's the reason for creating that fund balance. Also, building permit revenues are shared with other departments. That helps to fund public safety, fire prevention specifically, and some of the planning and zoning, which, you know, it's appropriate those fees help pay for that, because the work that we provide in planning and zoning leads to the revenue that comes in for building permits, and some of it doesn't have a direct funding source. When we have all these roundtable meetings with people, which is a huge positive element of Caldwell's image, and it's very positive for business, because people are like, Caldwell's planning and zoning, engineering, fire, and building department team, or the carpet team, process a permit, you know, give comments back in 10 business days, and it's unheard of. Although I think there's a lot of people who are like, how are you doing that? They want to be like what you guys have built in Caldwell, and they want to, and so there's people who are beginning to try to emulate that, but that's been a really positive thing for us in terms of, just means so much to attracting new industry, to know that it's not gonna take them 18 months to get a building permit. Okay, that's the building department. Any questions? I do have an electronic. Yeah, it's in the budget presentation.
Real quick, Rob, if you could check occasionally on the Zoom to see if there's anybody waiting in the rooms to get in. Diana, or Councilor Register, did text me and said that she won't be here today, but she's joining either via Zoom or YouTube. So maybe just every now and then, make sure you check and see if there's anybody waiting in those rooms.
And then on the back of the building department sheet here is, just include a few pictures for each department. So this is actually, that's the Sweetwater building upstairs, where this is a city-owned building that is the office space that's inhabited by Destination Caldwell. So you can see kind of the progression there. And then the bottom picture is construction of the filters at the wastewater treatment plant. And the building department has responsibility for inspecting all of this kind of wild variety of work, from this commercial space to, in a very old building, to industrial application of the wastewater treatment plant.
Brent, if I may.
Yes, please.
Council, Mayor, what we're seeing here with the building department's budget, it looks like, you know, a contribution to their fund balance in fiscal year 23 of an estimated $1.1 million. So keep in mind, this will not be the final number, because we also have positions that will be tied to this fund balance. So if the P&Z department's position request that we heard about the other day in our budget presentation, if that position is approved, then that's another $66,000 off of this number that Brent will have to transfer from his revenues to P&Z's revenues. Also, if, engineering, positions are approved, then engineering allocates to the building department. So their allocation, if these positions are approved, then they will go in, readjust their allocation, and again, this number will come down. So as we look through, the positions now, and we'll talk about that later today, then it'll affect the bottom line. So don't get too hung up on the fact that it looks like they're excessive in their fund balance, additions to their fund balance, because we're still needing to put positions against that number.
So maybe just a quick question, so planning and zoning, cause they're gonna be plus, if I remember right, I'm looking at it, $150,000.
That's,
So that would should cover
we
those
had,
positions off.
I don't know if Brent's got it in time, but when I was finalizing P and Z, I took some extra funding from Brent, so his, dollar amount here may not reflect that yet. Cause I did take some funding from there to show P and Z would have that capacity for covering that position.
So, is P and Z and building department enterprise funds or not?
They are not, they are general funds. But they are supported, while they land in the general fund for reporting purposes, they are supported by building permit fees. And building permit fees, and Brent is, can jump in here, he can explain to you the restrictions with building permit fees.
And so, for buildings, there are some entities that make building an enterprise fund, and we've talked about trying to do that. NAMPA does that. It doesn't, this is my opinion, I don't think it makes good sense to try to make planning and zoning an enterprise fund, because there's so much of what they do that there's not a clear compensation mechanism, right? And so, we don't charge a fee for roundtable meetings, and probably we never should. Just my opinion, that's not my prerogative, it's your prerogative, but, the reason being, you want people to feel like they can freely come and get information, get facts, and come to understand how to navigate the building code and the Land Use Planning Act from the state of Idaho and city code that pertain to land use. So, but building could be, and we're kind of emulating an enterprise fund model with creating a fund balance, because we're expecting that fund balance to carry the building department when there's a recession, and when there's a negative, when there's a negative, outlay during those recession years.
And it would carry the P and Z department, and it would carry the fire department, fire prevention department, so that, Alan Perry team. And the chief did mention in his presentation that he is looking to request some position alignment with his 3 deputy chiefs. So if that position, realignment is approved, and Alan Perry, we would have to take additional funding off the building permit for Alan Perry's, department, the prevention department.
Mr. Mayor, Brent, for the last couple of days, we've been talking about what our fee structure is, and we wanted to make sure, or we impressed upon the, folks that led these different departments to make sure that we're up to snuff on our competitors like Napa or Eagle, or anybody else on what we charge, and we want to make sure that we keep up with that, maybe review it every couple of months. And you've heard that before from me, but, Mayor mentioned my favorite saying, we can't afford to be Santa Claus anymore, we've got to charge, to cover our costs, and, want to make sure that, you as a department head realize that too, and I know you do, but, I don't know if we've reviewed our fees versus Napa or anybody else lately, but we sure need to keep up with that, so.
Thank you, yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate that, because, there was a period of time during which we were always, as a city, very carefully making sure we were no more than any other city in the valley. And we don't want to be far from them, right? We don't want to be the standout that's like, holy cow, Caldwell fees are ridiculous compared to everyone else. However, years ago, we took an enormous increase in the water department fees, the user fees, one year. I think Councilman thought that was, you attended that budget workshop, and you're like, holy cow. And I was like, yeah, this is a huge increase. It was a 13% increase, but it still didn't put us above our competitors. So I do totally agree. We need to make sure the fees are up to par and that they cover the cost to provide this service. Thanks. All right. So the next one is the street department.
Quick, Brent, yesterday, Councilman Sadi, was asking some of the departments to bring comparisons, to our Tuesday night meeting for their fee comparisons. Would you be able to provide some comparisons for the building department's fee structure?
Yes, yep. Now a little
Caveat, because we're not the next city next door.
Right, yeah, so the fee structures aren't always, aligned exactly right, so sometimes it takes a little work to compare apples to apples. Just want to share this with the people. As soon as the outlook comes to here, we'll share. All right, street department. So here are the requests for the street department. Right now, the city electrician division resides in the street department, and that is both beneficial and challenging. What we'd like to do is to move them from the street department to the street light department. They virtually support all of the functions of the street light department. We might rename it some because it wouldn't be the only function they perform. Street lights, of course, is the luminaires in town. We've been working for several years to convert the street lights to light emitting diodes, LEDs, because they have such a lower power draw and they last so long without being serviced. So a big part of our expenses in taking care of street lights is the manpower. You know, you can plan on that you've just blown $100 to $150 of manpower to go touch a street light, whatever we're doing to it, whether it was changing a light bulb or fixing a ballast. And so it made more sense just anytime they touched a light standard to put up an LED head, because you got 20,000 hours before we'll have to mess with it again, runtime. So moving, the electricians also take care of all of the traffic signals in town. And until we got some good competence in our city electrician department, your signal technicians were Rob McDonald and Brent Orton. And while we're happy, you know, people say it all pays the same, we just don't want to fail you on doing the other functions you need us to do. So that's been a real blessing to have them do that. And they changed out when the state gave, when the state gave the boulevard to Caldwell, they changed out every traffic signal cabinet on the boulevard. And so by doing that, they've really acquired experience that's unique to our electricians. We did just lose an electrician to ACHD, which is a real bummer. He was excellent. And so one of the things I'm hoping to do here is creating that separation and get them out of where we're pulling them into chip sealing and we're pulling them into winter maintenance, because that's one of their obligations as a street department employee. So that and then also be able to have a clearer path to set up retention, a journeyman electrician program with certification pay. And that's something else I'll be bringing forward to the council soon, is working with Alyssa, we've worked on it for some time, is a certification pay policy. We have certification pay in water and wastewater, but it's actually really not documented very well. So this certification pay policy will document exactly what happens when people achieve one of their job required certifications. So both in terms of compensation and eligibility for other positions. So sorry, I went down a rabbit hole there a little bit. But that's one of our requests. The manpower funding for that is proposed to come out of the street department, so it'll be unaltered, or substantially unaltered. There may be some tweak because we would like to create a superintendent position from one of our electrician positions. So we're not proposing a new position there this year, but we would like to convert one of those positions to superintendent for the streetlight department. Then stormwater, municipal separate storm sewer system, or MS4. There are a few things to be aware of. This also resides within the street department. stormwater program is, just a quick brief on it, it is, it's a program that we're regulated for. We have a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, which has recently been converted to an Idaho Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. So that just means that it's now administered by Idaho's DEQ instead of by the EPA directly. And then they're subject to review by the Environmental Protection Agency. So we have a permit to comply with, and you'll hear Rob talk about some of the manpower needs from an engineering standpoint relative to the MS4 program. We need some significant upfitting there in terms of manpower. But here's what it looks like on the street department's budget side. We're working on a title transfer with Pioneer Irrigation District from the Bureau of Reclamation. So Bureau of Reclamation, all of their projects, anytime the Bureau of Reclamation has ownership of a project, it's because they help build it. And their model is build it, get the locals to help pay off the project, and then when that's done, at least in recent years, they transfer title of those. So they performed this with Nampa Meridian Irrigation District in part of Nampa, Pioneer covers part of Nampa too. And so this will actually affect some of the drains there. But the idea is that they would transfer the drains to the ownership of Pioneer Irrigation District outside of our impact area to Caldwell inside the impact area. We've already worked out with Pioneer and the Bureau where there's logical breaks, so it's not going to be perfectly just cut off on the boundary. But when that happens, there's going to be some additional manpower needs for maintaining those drains. And so we have not budgeted this because it's been basically a pendency for many years. It's just a heads up that if it comes to pass during 2023, that we're going to have to do a mid-budget year appropriation and create probably 2 positions to allow us to go clean those drains. The reason the drains are important to us is because they're part of the stormwater system here. If you know the history of Caldwell, when it was founded, we planted several orchards here, we being the people of Caldwell, not me, of course. And it's an excellent agricultural location. However, there is an aquiclude or an aquitard, whatever you want to call it, an impermeable layer, the caliche layer, that's about anywhere from 8 feet deep to 22 feet deep around Caldwell, that extends through at least part of Nampa and beyond Caldwell's boundary. So we have this impermeable layer, which in Caldwell, close to the Boise River and Indian Creek, you've got a perched aquifer on top of it, and you've got a confined aquifer under, which is why we have some artesian wells in Caldwell, because we've got that confining layer. And so what happens is, and what happened 100 years ago is, we started gravity irrigation, and it brought that perched aquifer that's sitting on top of this caliche layer up so much that it drowned and suffocated the roots of the orchards. We had massive die-off of orchard trees, and so the Bureau of Reclamation came and helped deepen all the natural drainage ways so that we could drain that groundwater, that surface groundwater down, and that's what allowed us to continue to progress as an agricultural community. So the drains are very important to Caldwell because they are the route through which your citizens' historic drainage rights prevail. Whether it's draining from their farm or whether it's draining from the street, that historic drainage path is critical. The EPA's model is they like to see people convert to retain on site, they call it, where they would drain to some kind of subsurface thing and just drain it into the ground on their own property. That's not possible in Caldwell, at least not on a large scale, because of this aquitard. And so protecting those drains and the capability to receive drainage from your citizens' property is critical. So that's why the city has this interest in being a part of this title transfer. So there's just a heads up on that, and I don't know when that'll occur for sure, but the barriers to that completing seem to be removing, and we have a monthly meeting with the Bureau of Rec and Pioneer and Caldwell, Mark Schulte's team and Pioneer's legal counsel to work on that, and that's seems to be coming towards a conclusion. Current budget in the street department is $10,880,883. Actually, $11,943,969 from the budget book, page 245. And I can't remember why we've got a difference there, but proposed, 2023 budget is $11,848,569, an increase of $731. One thing to know as you look at some of these departments that perform big capital projects, of course, is there can be some kind of large fluctuations in the budget proposed from year to year. That's the most significant in the airport, but you'll see it some in the building, or in the street department as well. So wages in the street department are a big deal, and this, includes MS4, is $2,161,095. Of that, $371,368 is, MS4, and it includes the, 10% of the adjustments. Operations, which include capital maintenance. So capital maintenance is kind of a big deal in the street department. This isn't just, you know, keeping the lights on and paying for gasoline and things. You also have some big infrastructure to maintain. The biggest maintenance effort is the chip seal, and so that's about a $1.2 million effort. As fuel and then as a consequence oil, well, more like the other way around, I guess, but as oil and fuel costs go up, we'll see that chip seal cost go up. I think on Monday you'll be asked to consider awarding a bid for the aggregate for chips for next year. Because we buy those chips in Holland the year before, and then we apply them to the roads the following year. You'll see that bid is about double what it was a few years ago. Those costs continue to rise. So it was $15 a yard a couple of years ago, and it's coming into at $32 a yard for this next council meeting.
Excuse me, Brent, so
Yes, sir.
in that figure then, would that include the fuel and everything too, or just the chips themselves?
That is just chips themselves, so we don't have to haul them. We save a lot of money by hauling them ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so the guys, just anytime they have downtime, you know, if they have a day where it's not planned out already or something, then they've always got, that to fall back on, hauling chips to taking our chip supply up for next year.
One reason I asked my thinking on that is that come November, hopefully we'll have a more conservative, federal government. Some of these prices, I hope, will come down a little bit, so that's why I was asking whether there was fuel included in that, so.
Yeah, I hope, right now, if you look at that next line, the fuel costs, we installed a 75% increase in fuel for the 2023 budget. But we're with you, I dearly hope that, we could see that, you know, open some pipelines and get our fuel costs back down, because everything's affected.
Right.
So,
And maybe it'll increase our fund balance a little bit.
yeah, it could help us that way. At this point, we have to do some use of fund balance this year. I'll talk a little more about that word. And then you can see hot mix, R&M Bridge and Culvert, and I apologize, this says 8.13K, that's 813 point K. It's not that decimal point, out of place there. So,
Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry.
please go ahead.
Councilman Sadi, let me take something. Several years ago, during the budget hearing, there was a discussion going on about the city developing their own fuel station.
Yeah.
And buying it, correct, you know, because fuel prices are like this all the time, buying it up opportune times. Is that still out of reach for us, or what is that looking like these days?
Well, I appreciate that question. That's a great question. We've talked about that, obviously, for a number of years in the budget, and I'm sure Councilman Sadi can remember it being talked about in your last term. It is of interest, and there's two models. One model is to put out a bid for the year, and some companies and cities do this where they bid it out for the year, and they'll essentially take a higher fuel price, so they're gonna pay more now than the fuel is actually going for, anticipating that by the end of the year it's higher, and then it's gonna cross the line. So that's a model that saves money. But a model that saves the most money is the other way to do it, which is basically day trade fuel. Canyon County's team day trades their fuel. There's a low in fuel prices about every 22 days. And so they have, Canyon County has, I think, 2 or 3 tanks diesel. They've got a few different varieties of fuel, and so they've got, I think, 12,000 gallon tanks. They have told us that their opinion was that you want those bigger tanks in order to maximize your capability to save money with the day trading approach. But that means that they'll watch that price, and when it's right, when you're getting around this 22-day period, then they have a standing authorization to make large purchases of fuel. So they might spend $20,000 to fill the tanks, to fill the cities or the county's tanks. They have a really clever guy there in their motor pool, and he manages the motor pool and does the fuel day trading, or at least as of last reading. Last time we went to visit with him and kind of tried to get some understanding of how we might consider approaching it. So that's still a great plan. The difficulty there is just that there's some capital cost to it. At that time, we thought it would cost about $1 million to get into it, and I'm sure that that's probably doubled at this point. To be really blunt about it, I think it's probably would be a $2 million effort to buy the tanks, get the containment built for them, and the systems to allow us to fuel city vehicles and have some security against misuse by employees. We trust our employees, but you don't, strong fences make good neighbors, right? So, anyhow, so that's a great question.
So the return on investment would take a while, if this, right, and during these prices, it would be a.
Yeah, last time we projected, I think we thought it would take 5 to 7 years to get return on investment there.
Well, that's not bad.
No, it's not. It's acceptable. It's an acceptable ROI, but it could be faster with the fuel prices the way they are. I don't know for sure. So, to the point that the council has interest, we're happy to dig into that again and research it. Furthermore, we've also talked about, what I refer to as a motor pool. Not everyone calls it motor pool, but, basically internal vehicle maintenance. We spend a lot of money on fleet maintenance for the police department, probably most significantly for the police department because of the number of vehicles, right? Fire, with the idea in mind that we eventually might end up in that place, every lifting device that we purchase for the street department is capable of lifting a fire apparatus. Now, that's also in common with, it can also lift a 10-wheeler dump truck, right? And so, we have a notion that at some point we would like to move to maintain the city's vehicles. That probably looks like adding a mechanic, to the street department. That's very attainable. We could try to do a soft launch of something like that and maintain, do maintenance activities on like oil changes and brake changes, just the lightest maintenance, on city vehicles, and that's something that we could explore to, sorry, go ahead, Carol.
So just to tag off of what Mr. Orton was saying is that if that is a direction that the city moves to, or even if we just try and do a soft launch like Brent was referring to, we would do internal billing for those departments that are utilizing the street, that position or those services. So we would have some sort of tracking mechanism in place where we would just bill those departments that are receiving that service instead of it all being absorbed within the street department.
Would that, Brett, would we have to have brick and mortar to get that done also, or not? Or do we have existing facilities to do that?
We would perform those, if we did a soft launch, we would perform those in the street shop, in the existing street shop.
Do we have the hoist, for minor oil changes and all that too? Okay.
Yeah, those are all existing. So we have two kinds of lifts. We have a static lift that's bolted to the ground, and then we also have, wheel lifts that you can roll like a hand truck, right? You roll them up to the wheel and then slide them under, and then the adapters on for the wheel side, the fire apparatus versus the small vehicle. And then you plug them into each other and they all lift synchronously. So we have both of those types of lifts available.
Does Rogers still do most of our maintenance or not?
Over the years, I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you that over the years, the 4x4 shop has done work for the police department in Mass. I think Rogers is on the line.
Yeah. Because like I say, if we look at those costs on an annual basis and then see what we could do with that, if we hired our own guy to do it and all that, that's the way we want to look at it.
Yeah, and I've talked to Lieutenant Wright about that, we pay them over $100,000 a year, so.
So it could be
And
annual
any
now.
place, when we're using a county shop or Rogers Tire, everything is a minimum of $100 an hour,
Yeah.
plus whatever repair.
And if we have the existing brick and mortar and the hoist and all that, I mean, would pay us to look at that pretty seriously.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. If you don't mind me throwing in a couple of comments to go with it. One thing that we've seen, Rob and I got to see Pocatello's doing this, ACHD is doing this. They have a contract, they'll put out an RFP and get a contract with, an auto parts outfit. Napa Auto Parts has that contract for both ACHD and Pocatello. I think they have kind of found a way to make a niche for themselves in that, but they'll stock sweeper impellers, and they'll stock stuff that a normal Napa Auto Parts store wouldn't stock, but that we need, or that whoever they're serving needs. So basically have a store inside your facility. in terms of space, we haven't done space analysis to see if we could make that work, but they'll stock it and then we don't pay for it until we need it. So that kind of saves us from stocking parts or the risk of overbuying and having a part, dang, we got rid of that sweeper, so that's outmoded now, those parts are not useful to us now. Anyway, that kind of goes along with the motor pool concept. So we do have a little bit of a hole here, and that is, we have a mechanic position that's been open at the street department for more than a year. We happily have a Personnel Plus guy who's working for us and filling that mechanic position. He does not want to work full-time. I mean, he's working full-time for us. He doesn't want a permanent job, which is kind of a bummer because he could be earning per fee and stuff like that, but, his name is Rick and he does a great job. So we've got two mechanics, and our mechanic foreman is a mechanic, and so I'm not sure what it will take for us to get that, to recruit someone for that, but that's a little weak spot for us in terms of doing this right now, so.
And real quick, to just touch on, so, Brent, Rob, and I were able to go and tour ACHD, how they have their own fleet maintenance that they do, and it was really cool to see. It's basically like they have their own Napa store inside of one of their buildings without having to pay for the inventory that's there. So they basically just go and it's there, and then Napa comes and refills stuff, so you're not paying for the inventory, but it's right there, literally waiting for you to come and grab it. It's a really cool setup, and Napa is great to work with. I know for them, it's no issue, so it's pretty cool deal.
Yeah,
So the mechanics that we have, you still have two? What do they normally work on day to day?
rebuilding the chip seal machine, dump trucks, all the street department equipment. And so really to make this work, we would have to acquire another mechanic. But we have said to other departments, hey, if we wanna give this a try, you know, it's something we'd have a dead zone during the, chip seal. You know, if we didn't, there would be periods of time where it'd be like no service available, as we are composed now. They might be able to squeeze something in here and there, as it goes now, which I'm kinda interested in, because we'd like to see how's it flow, is it working well, is it, you know, do the departments feel like, okay, yeah, this is good, we're satisfied with the service we're getting from the street department, et cetera.
Just a comment on that, Brent, and maybe you and I can talk offline and see if we can work something through. But I think what we may be seeing from the departments is that hesitation to ask the street department to do the work, just knowing that he is very short-handed with personnel. But that's because that's a general statement and not specific to your mechanic. So maybe you and I can talk about some sort of a schedule and I'm just making this up because I think your guys work 4/10s, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, maybe Thursdays are the days that if we put something together, that we can say Thursdays are the days other city vehicles can come into the street department to get their basic needs met.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
To kind of start filtering this through to see how it does work.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I would like to probably grab August and maybe the mechanics and just say, hey, what do you guys think would work too, and throw ideas like that at them. But, anyway, if the council's interested, we will try to pursue that further.
I think it's something we could research, because if you're somewhat accurate, and we would have a return on investment in 5 to 7 years with a consistent return after that, I think this is one good one.
Okay, well, we'll plan to try to get you to just update that research and bring you some analysis on what it looks like for the city to do, a day-traded fuel, system.
Yeah, that would be the start.
What the capital costs are, get your numbers on those, and then we'll try to work with the chief to find out what, or Carol has the numbers, to see what, it's costing police and fire for their vehicle service and other departments. Kind of see what it looks like we stand to gain by approaching that. There is a little bit of run over on the street department on the back page. This is just, fund balance and use of fund balance. If we go to the bottom, you got operations, and you have a projected starting fund balance, we believe in 2023 will be $6,890,000. Proposing $2.8 million in fund balance consumption. Here are some of the projects that are part of the reason that we need to use some fund balance. The South Lake of the Florida and Music Roundabout, so URA has agreed to perform that project. However, the South Lake of the project is outside of the urban renewal allocation area, and it's not eligible for urban renewal funding, so there'll have to be a contribution from the street department on that. USIC and Montana Signal, working with Canyon Highway District number 4 on the design of the USIC and Farmway Roundabout, and then there'll be a cost element in the 2024 budget proposed for building that. Obviously, there's Homedale and USIC on Farmway have been, not just high accident locations, but unfortunately deadly accident locations. There's been a number of fatalities at both intersections, so, we did just complete, the corridor study that the council authorized us to participate in with, Canyon Highway District, and it looks like roundabouts are winning out in terms of the safety and the delay per vehicle for Farmway. Matching federal projects, we have a federal project to complete the Middleton Music Roundabout. The Plymouth Street Bridge is a long-standing project. It's a difficult one, very expensive, and there's both bridge elements to it and street elements to it. So there is some design work costs we'll continue to see in the 2023 budget. There's a 2026 project to do 10th Avenue ITS and overlay. This is a rebuild of the asphalt on 10th Avenue between the railroad and the interstate. And with that, we have to bring all those corners up to compliance with Americans with Disabilities with Amendments Act. And so that project has design effort that will continue this year. Montana Avenue pedestrian widening, again, Montana needs that badly to have pedestrian accommodations. You have a number of schools along that street. We're still without sidewalk in several areas. So we'll widen the road and replace the sidewalk. Indiana and Orchard, this is a cooperative project with Canyon Highway District to get, that helps fulfill part of our vision for, pedestrian facilities along Orchard in Indiana, in that area. Takes Orchard all the way to Riverside, takes, Indiana, down to the bird refuge. Basically, this is a shoulder widening project that would allow the folks who are cycling out there to have a safe place to ride, as opposed to having to take the travel lane. Local improvement districts, both the downtown streetscape LID, which we know Canyon County is interested in partnering with us on a local improvement district project, which would be great. In my opinion, here's the biggest gain to be had from that. Besides that, it'll beautify the campus. Creating a feeling of connectivity with the Canyon County campus will help people feel you got lighting as an element, and then just a nice sidewalk. Those little improvements create that feeling of safety that has helped to bring a lot of people downtown. People feel good about walking from the movie theater to Indian Creek Steakhouse, to the plaza. So creating that lighted pathway will help people feel good about walking between the Canyon County campus and the downtown, which are really quite close together. I would really love it if we could put a pedestrian crossing across the railroad tracks right by the 10th Avenue overpass, because that's kind of central to the campus, and it would connect you right to where you're already parking, go to the movie theater, right? That's not probably feasible, especially with the way, possibly ever, but certainly not with the way the railroad is feeling about crossings at this point. You've heard Rob describe kind of some of the challenges we're dealing with Union Pacific lately. But what it would do, if we complete the local improvement district project with the county, it may encourage people to use the parking that's available on the county campus in the evenings. That's citizen-owned, if you will, public parking that is heavily used by day for county functions, but is partially used by night, and could provide a lot of additional parking that could serve the downtown. So helping the county campus start to feel enveloped, or at least attached to the downtown through this kind of means, is a big deal. And then the miscellaneous concrete LID is the one where citizens can say, hey, there's no sidewalk in front of my house and I'd like to do it. It's a great mutually beneficial thing for the citizens who are inputting into the street department, and the street department's contributing, and for the citizens that are inputting from the LID standpoint. The local improvement district mechanism allows them to finance the cost of building sidewalk on their frontage of their home. We pay for the design, we do the project administration, we do the project management, we require the contractor, and then they pay 75% of the cost of the concrete itself. And out of the street fund, we pay 25%, and then their share is financed, if they wish, over a period of 10 years. either with bonds or from the fund balance of the street department, and then they pay it back over a period of 10 years. All right, so just a quick note, on the street department. There are a number of projects, important projects that we really should be striving to complete. Some of the limitations are just the manpower and engineering to administer the projects. That's actually stopped us from completing projects sometimes that we budgeted. The public works and engineering staff is sparse, compared to the project load, and, Rob is absolutely phenomenal. He turns out an enormous amount of work, so, you could fire one of us because, don't fire Rob. He's amazing. The street department is a special revenue department. That means that the taxes that are collected and the property taxes that go into the street department are obligated under statute to be used for street department purposes. And so one of the things that we approve every year, or that you approve every year, is the street report, the road report. And it basically has a testimonial that the mayor has to sign, the council approves, the mayor signs, and I have to sign that says that we have used those funds in accordance with the requirements of Idaho statute. And so that is the most substantial funding element in the streets fund. There's also gas tax, so there's a sales tax element that's gas tax related that's also obligated that way. So that's, and I mention this just as an educational thing, and because I'm aware that there was an idea of, hey, is the fund balance in the street fund a place where we could grab some money to help another department that's in need? I think, for my opinion, the street fund's probably not the right spot to do that from. However, if you tell us what you need, then we, and by we I mean Carol, will figure out a way. She's been very good to help us find a way to do things if there's a need that way. So
can I interrupt you for a minute, Mr. Miller?
yes, sir, please.
So, you answered a question I was waiting to ask.
Okay.
I'm aware that there's a number of projects that have been listed as need to do projects for a while, and just short of manpower. How do those outstanding projects affect your fund balance? Is some of that fund balance just not used because those projects can't be got to, or how do those relate?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, incompleted projects would certainly be a part of it. We scheduled out a number of projects years ago, and the escalating cost of projects ultimately ran us out and prevented us from, made that unsustainable in the street department. We used to say we'd like to do at least one intersection improvement project a year from the street fund. That's way behind. That won't keep us up in any way. So we get all the federal projects that we can and match those. Cooperative projects are great when we're doing a project that's on the boundary of Canyon Highway District and Caldwell, or Nampa Highway and Caldwell, or City of Nampa and Caldwell. We've done projects with all four of those entities, us and those guys all together. That helps us make those projects economical. But the fund balance that you have in the street department, we did not chip seal last year. That's frankly a little foolish, and it's my fault. I proposed that to you last year. The reason being, we were just trying to get projects done before the allocation area sunsets and things like that. And so we said, hey, to save man time, we're gonna not chip seal. And that's the second time in the last 12 years that we haven't chip sealed. It's risky. Chip seal is such an important maintenance activity. It can take a road that would last 20 years and make it last 100 years. We have roads that are 100 years old in Caldwell that are holding together now because they've been chip sealed regularly. So, not chip sealing and being down manpower, the loss of manpower has brought us some fund balance, some additional fund balance. But you're never gonna have a problem putting fund balance to appropriate use in the street fund, just because you've got so many needs, way more needs than we have the capacity to solve, from a manpower standpoint, and frankly from a money standpoint. When we do the annual road report, we have to report projects that need done that aren't done. And it's in the high tens of millions. So there's a lot that needs done, and the growth happens and kind of brings that traffic load all up at the same time. We've all witnessed how the traffic load has increased, and intersections that were doing good, cease to do good. So here's our remedies for that. Development should certainly help pay for itself. We've used a mechanism called traffic mitigation that's two parts to it right now. One, developers have to build the frontage of the road. Unfortunately, that does mean that we've got cold joints every, if it's every 40 acres, right, every quarter mile, you've got a cold joint in the road widening improvements potentially. And then we've said, you've got to build intersections, because we can't tell them they have to pay money, because that would be an illegal impact fee. And so we told them, you've got to build this, you're allowed to contribute money if you so choose instead, but you've got to go build X amount of this intersection. We're working, as you know, right now on getting a transportation impact fee put together, which will include a transportation plan. It is kind of the standard of care in impact fee studies to accept a level of service D. So the idea of level of service was born in the transportation industry, and it really reflects how long you waited a traffic signal, how long you waited an all-way stop, how long you waited some other kind of intersection control. And it's, level of service D is not great. E is the worst. Well, F is the worst. F is basically it's failing and it's not working anymore. E is congested and lots of delay for vehicles. So that's kind of what the standard becomes when we enact impact fees, but we're gonna be there, because the traffic has grown so far ahead of us being able to keep up with it. So, impact fees will be good. It'll help make sure development pays for itself. And that study is about halfway done now, I would say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Just following up on that, we have a large development that does road widening in correspondence with their, street center, sidewalk gutter. And then we have 200 feet of private property that has been private property for a long time, maybe another development. So you've got this gap here. Is that one of our deficiencies? Does that fall into that deficiency because you've got nice street sidewalk gutter, 200 feet of private property that's been there for 100 years? Another sufficiency, you got this little narrow spot that's unimproved.
Yeah, that's a great point. So we would call that an out parcel, is the way we refer to it. And I actually spoke to a gentleman yesterday who is an out parcel, or owns an out parcel. What we have done in the past, we've tried lots of mechanisms to try to fix that problem, asking that developers, some of that happened in the past, is the developers would take the property around an old farmhouse that was part of the main property and leave it as an out parcel to save a little cash, not doing the street improvements there. And so we said, okay, developer, you need to go ask these people, tell them, look, we'll build the frontage improvements if you'll give the property to it, which is a killer deal. That's absolutely worthwhile. But the developer would go to the property owner and say, the city's trying to rip you off for your property, and they'll make us do this if you give the property, but that's not a good deal. They're trying to take you, blah, blah, blah. And I could be mischaracterizing that. I'm not intending to mischaracterize. And there's a lot of different people. Some developers are very honest, and some of them are tricky, right? Just to be blunt. Many of the folks who work with are great. Or it just could rely on the fact that people are suspicious of government, and they're like, well, wait, what's going on here? The bottom line is that people would often say no. So we've come to the point where we're like, hey, it's worthwhile for the city to buy the right-of-way from those citizens that are out parcels, and then the council have the opportunity to require this and not have this uncontrolled tendency where we don't know if the property owner is going to be willing to give the property or not. We can't really make the developer buy their property. There is a theory that we could even loan them condemnation authority under the city. I don't think that the legislature would like that. That's a very disdainful power that no one likes. It is important, because you got to be able to close those gaps, but and when it happens, it's always a lose for us, because we always end up paying more money, and the citizen gets less money because they're paying a bunch of it to their attorney. In any case, we have a mechanism now that maybe not our favorite, but it's functioning, and that is we try to buy that right away, and then ask the developer to complete those road improvements around those out parcels.
Thank you.
Can we touch a little bit, since we're talking about the LIDs, the two concrete positions that council approved last year, moving forward, and that economy of scale that we would possibly be able to gain, as well as CDBG funding, can do more ADA compliance ramps with using in-house versus going outside to an outside contractor, because once we go to an outside contractor for CDBG to assist, the street department with providing ADA ramps within our community, we now have to do a much more, in-depth, Davis Bacon project and funding. And if we can do those in-house, then we can avoid that, extra work with a contractor. Plus, we can't get a contractor that wants to do ADA ramps and have to comply with Davis Bacon.
Yeah, thanks, Carol, that's great. So, Carol's exactly right. We have a couple projects we actually bid, but the contractors like small projects, federal, strings, no thanks. They're very difficult to get bids. It's difficult to get bids, period, right now. As you know, we got no bids on our first run with the youth widening project. That's an enormous project. It's a very good project. Contractors should be nuts about bidding that thing. And just, there was several ITD projects apparently also bidding at that time, and so we didn't get any bids. So even on a big project in this construction market, but yeah, the idea that you could have in-house people, I have to say this, instead of out-house people, doing those improvements and escape the encumbrances that would usually come with federal funding is a great prospect. So you authorized that for us, and I have to admit to you that we have not acquired those people, and we haven't worked hard to acquire those people, that we've just been overwhelmed with other work tasks. But this is appropriate, very good theory and approach that we should perpetuate if we can.
Who's doing the North Illinois project?
We hired Art Solis Construction. They're a LID contractor. So with the LID contract, it's unusual because you say, here's an unspecified quantity of work. We put basically a dummy quantity of work in there and say, you're going to bid this, but you're going to waive the right to increase your, usually if you increase quantities on a bid by over 25%, then the contractor's supposed to have the opportunity to alter his unit cost. In the LID, we say, you can't alter your unit cost. You're agreeing that you're going to do all the work. As long as LID is open, you're going to do that work for this unit cost. They'll get to the point where they're like, hey, costs are way up. We're going to have to stop working on this, and we'll have to close the LID and open a new one and rebid so that they can get treated fairly in terms of the costs. But
Art Solis Construction doing that?
yeah, so they did that on the basis of the LID cost. Good. So, any other questions on that? Okay. Thanks for letting me go in a couple different directions there. Now to the airport. So, just a note on the airport, that this is one of those funds where we can see an enormous fluctuation in the budget for a year because of the AIP stuff, the Airport Improvement Program project. So you'll see that in this year. But here's the big needs in the airport. We need a large fee increase in the lease rates. We are very low. We have done pretty extensive analysis, and even with great help from our Airport Commission chairman, who was an actuary for ICRIM, very smart guy, to try to figure out what are our fruitful possible funding mechanisms to beef up the airport, because we've been on a declining slide for a long time, ever since the Federal Aviation Administration backed their participation in the Airport Improvement Project from 95% back to 90%. So that 5% took us from the state of Idaho, Division of Aeronautics was putting in 2.5%. So we were 2.5% match on those projects, and that's critical. Really, the airport is almost like an overlay, right? The Airport Administration is almost an overlay in terms of the operation or the maintenance of the airport from a capital maintenance standpoint. And so when they changed that put us on a trajectory where we're constantly losing a little fund balance. We're spending against fund balance a little every year. And we're trying to figure out a way to, number one, fix that fund balance and just get the airport to be more self-sufficient. So let me tell you what the challenges are for doing that. The leases are the most fruitful way to do that. We looked at well, we don't have passenger charges here because we're not a Part 139 airport, but we looked at landing fees, is what I meant to say. Difficult to enforce landing fees without a towered airport. We looked at fuel flowage fees. This is a common funding mechanism. But putting in fuel flowage fees would make us about $5,000 a year. And just, it doesn't, it's a Band-Aid that's way too small for the wound. So the lease it's where we need to make that happen, and it's probably appropriate, because everyone benefits, or has the opportunity, I should say, to benefit in a proportional manner from the airport. So if everyone's paying, through their lease a uniform amount, then, you know, they're at least paying for the equal opportunity that they have to utilize the airfield. So you have two categories of leases there in substance. One is what we'll call legacy leases, and these are lease agreements that were entered in the olden days. The airport's been there for 30 years. Some leases were entered for an 80-year period 30 years ago. Happily, several of those have changed over in time. When people sell their hangar, we have a policy that requires that they enter into the new lease, and the new lease requires that they just pay whatever the city council's adopted lease rate is from year to year. That was very unpalatable to pilots in years past, and we transitioned over a long period of time. We made a change in 2010 to the standard lease, and it standardized lots of things, because you have this crazy variety of leases. Unfortunately, what it didn't standardize was this idea that you just check in with the city council's adopted fee resolution, and that's the lease rate that you pay. That we did not achieve until 2019. And so we've got to, there is about 3 million square feet total of leasable space at the airport, or space that, leasable space is the term. And of that, about 500,000 square feet is legacy leases. I could have that wrong, the numbers are in our worksheet, if you want to go into this. And what we need to get this lease rate whole is we need to get those guys changed over. We made a projection a couple of years ago that we thought it would take, that we were rolling over about 10 per year, and that's variable because it depends on when someone sells their hangar. It's not depending on when their lease runs out. It's depending on if they sell their hangar and they're obligated then to enter into the new standard lease, and thereby become subject to the city council's lease resolution instead of some CPI increase. And let me tell you why this is so important, not just for the city's well-being and the airport's well-being, but it's important for the airport stakeholders too, because there's injustice in this, or disproportionality in this. Let's say that Councilman Stoddard entered his lease in January, and I entered my lease in July. Well, if the CPI is rocking and roaring right after Christmas, we'll say, to be honest, it's probably going to be worse in July, or more significant in July. Let's say it's rocking and roaring right after Christmas. That means every year when we check in with the CPI for Councilman Stoddard's lease, he's getting a higher increase than I am. And that's unfair, right? Shouldn't our stakeholders get treated the same way? And so having them check in with this to where they're just subject to this. And Idaho statute's proposal for the way we do fees is that a fee should compensate or cover the cost that it exists to provide the service, right? It's as simple as that. We need to get there with the airport fees. And so we're proposing a significant increase in the lease rate this year to help us approach that. And this is, I hope, kind of a converging thing, that we have the turnover of these legacy leases and an increase in lease rates that will converge within a few years to get us right where we ought to be. The leases need to pay for the operation and maintenance of the airport, which includes, having an airport manager, paying for some maintenance and some services from engineering, paying for the assistance, but also paying for our match on those federal funds, right? That's critical. The aviation model in no way, shape, or form is capable of complete self-support. It's not like we can tell the FAA, thanks for your help in the past, we're done with you, we don't want any more of your projects, we're paying for them ourselves. Just absolutely not attainable. So we're going to be partners with the FAA perpetually. But anyway.
A couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Is there an avenue at all to terminate these legacy leases?
So the city attorney's office is examining that. If that were to be considered, the way it would have to go, there is a clause in even the legacy leases, I believe universally, if not at least generally, that says if there's a change in federal aviation requirements or city code, that a change in the lease can be made by the city with, some of them are 180 days notice, 6 months notice, right? But
I don't care if it's 2 years notice, I mean, if there was an avenue that we could, because you're 100% accurate in that the airport has to pay its pay, and no, and a 20-year-old lease is almost not anything like this today, 20 years ago. And so, I mean, like, I wouldn't mind if it was a 2-year process, as long as we had a process to correct those things.
Yeah, so we're looking into that, and it would be, it appears that it would be through the exercise of that provision. We would want to launch a major, communications campaign with our airport stakeholders, to have them, have the airport commission look through and review and talk about that process, and why we really have to educate them well so they understand why does this make sense. It is delivering people from an injustice that has come about because of their lease rates growing at different rates. But there'd be a big effort there. So the city attorney's office has a back burner project that they've been working on for several months for us to determine if that's legal, moral, and ethical, but.
And then I have a second part to that question, and Silverhawk and Blade Partners, I'm not dinging them in any way, but do they pay a different rate than, you have Silverhawk, who is a heavy user, Skydown, there's some probably a medium user, and then some people that are just recreational users. Are all of them people paying the same rate?
Yes. Yep, they all pay the same rate at this point, and that's why I said equal opportunity to use the facilities, right? Silverhawk, here's what we do get out of that. For those businesses, Skydown, Silverhawk, Cumulus Aviation, for those folks who do create a lot of movements in the airport, the number of movements is a factor when the FAA is considering whether they send funding our way for a project. So having a lot of movements is valuable. And it also, but yeah, they pay the same lease rate. It's how much city-owned space are they covering. Now, let me tell you who doesn't pay the same lease rate. We have an agricultural lease rate for the folks farming out in our runway protection zone. They pay a market lease rate. It's required by the FAA that they pay a market lease rate. And that market lease rate is, you're not gonna see that our ag rates are the highest because we don't have pivots for them, right? They're generally gravity irrigation and it's more labor intensive for them, and in the ag world, that would bring a lower lease rate to the property. And then you have folks who are leasing parts of the future runway protection zone up by Linden, for instance. Post Electric has a lease up there where they can use it to lay down, merchandise. That parking area could go in not the runway protection zone proper, but it could go in property that's bubble around, or the future runway protection zone. And then, lastly, you have non-aeronautical users at the airport. For instance, John Boguslavsky Incorporated, they have a hangar there that doesn't have a hangar door, doesn't really have access to the terminal. So they have a special authorization from the FAA that's on basically a 5-year term, that they call a interim use. If John Boguslavsky had someone who said, look, I really want to buy your space for aviation, or if we became aware that there's a big need and a willing buyer who's willing to pay a reasonable price, really the asking price, because we don't really have control over that transaction, then that would cease. But that's a non-aeronautical use that's approved, and they have to pay a market rate. And then we have to charge a market rate for the office space, the cafe space we're supposed to charge a market rate for, and the lease space over in the new terminal building all have to be at market rate.
Excuse me, Chris, since I've been on the commission, and it took me a couple of meetings to get up to par, but I impress upon the commission members and those folks that attend these meetings. Now, we seem to have more than in the past, but I gave them the example of when I was on the golf committee several years ago, that we can't afford to subsidize these things anymore. Everybody's got to pay their fair share. I think they're all aware of that. It's just, how do we get there? And I think we've made some progress, but we got a long way to go yet, but it's gonna get there. Yeah, unless they fire me, so. That's up to the mayor, I guess.
Or me, or both of us. So that's, that's kind of the lay of the land on the leases. So here's now the numbers for the airport. One other thing. So fund balance in the airport, if we skip down to the bottom, is we predict the fund balance will be $83,426 at the beginning of fiscal year 2023. We need to use about 33,000 of it this year. It would be nice if we could get that fund balance, you know, as we get this problem solved. One of the challenges we're having right now is finance is having to find other places to basically borrow money when we're doing a federal improvement project, because we're a direct recipient of those funds, which means that, and it's all reimbursement based. So if we're gonna build a new runway and it's gonna cost $12 million, we gotta find $12 million, or at least the amount that the contractor is drawing with each draw request as he builds the runway. We have to pay that bill right away, and then we get reimbursed the federal share by the FAA within a period of 30 to 60 days. We're pretty on it with requesting reimbursements, because we don't wanna let any of that languish, and we wanna minimize the time that we're trying to cash flow that, but, we probably wouldn't be able to cash flow an enormous project like that, but it would be nice if we could cash flow something so that the finance department and the other departments aren't having to flip us a loan for a little while and then put it back, you know, after 30 to 60 days. So, that's a little uncomfortable, and that's another problem we'd like to resolve by building a little better fund balance in the airport. Okay, current year is $2,954,000, or $954,000. This is page 249 in your budget book. Proposed, and that's the PDF page. And then the proposed for 2023 is $1,073,945. So this is a decrease of $1,913,000, and that is all about and all because of, we did a big project last year, we rehabilitated taxi lanes, and this year we're doing only a small project. It's a land acquisition project with $562,000. So $562,000 is the capital project this year compared to, I think, a $2 million project last year. Wages for the airport, $172,843, which includes the adjustments. The operational budget, $339,102. And then the fund balance numbers are covered. And then on the back, you'll see just a couple airport pictures. These are the, for interest, the top picture is the, oh, that's actually one of my scouts that a nice gentleman took flying out of the airport. One of the jets that's a small jet that's common to the airport, and I guess that raises an important point. That is, when there are more than 500 movements of the category C aircraft, which is probably a bigger jet than this, it would be, it's those kind of movements that will come to a point where the FAA will say, City of Caldwell, you have to close Linden Road now. And they'll begin the process of creating a funding mechanism through federal funding for the extension of the runway. So when we hit that number, that will happen. And I don't know exactly how it'll go down, but there's the potential that they will literally tell us, close Linden. We might be able to say, look, wait a minute, let us close Linden after you get us funding to build the runway, so our citizens aren't like, what the heck, right? So,
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, so would that be fully federally funded if they're coming in and doing that? Or is there a match we have to put into that?
we'll still have a match.
Like a 10%, 50%?
Our maximum exposure is a 10% match. The state usually still puts in 2.5%, which lowers our match to 7.5%. And sometimes the state has found a way to do more than that, to do a 5% match. We never plan on that because it's absolutely inconsistent. We plan on 2.5% from the state. If they do 5, then it's very helpful. But if they, and then there have been a couple times through COVID and the funding bills that have come out because of COVID where we've had 100% match from the federal government, which actually is what allowed us to build taxiway C. That was really important because we had several aviation businesses that would have been inoperable during the time that the taxi lane was being reconstructed if taxiway C hadn't been built. So the street department built that to FAA specifications, so that it can be maintained by FAA. But yeah, there's a good chance there'd be a match.
And is that 500 movements in a year, or what's the time frame on that? Or how many do we average, like, right now?
My feel is, I couldn't tell you an exact number. I believe that we're probably in the between 200 and 300 movements. You've got Rob here looking at a precision approach path indicator light. This is just a lighting system that the pilots, as they come in, they see 2 of these lights should be white, 2 should be red. If they're all red, they're coming in too low to make the runway, and if they're all white, coming in too high. And then the bottom is the recently completed master plan update, just an exhibit from it. So questions on the report?
Brad, I mentioned last time at the meeting that this is, the numbers that you have here is very important relative to presenting them as far as our budget for the airport, because the commission has to see these numbers and the folks that, sit in the chairs behind, because otherwise they don't know. That's why I impressed upon Rob, we've got to get these budget numbers out in front of these folks, so they know. If they don't know, they don't care.
I totally agree. It's good for them to have a feel for it, and Steve's been excellent that way. When he started on the airport commission, before he was the chairman, he dug in a big way, and I sent him a whole budget sheet with all the notes, and he looked it over and asked lots of questions, and it is good for them to see it. We try to present the budget to them every year. I'd like to present it to them beforehand, but the time to do that has not been possible. But it doesn't matter a ton, because there's so little flexibility in the budget at this point. Maybe that will change in the long term, but they need to see it, I agree, so they know what's going on. So, thanks, Mr. Councilman. Okay, water department. Working through important maintenance of upfitting wells and well houses. So if you look at the pictures on the back, you'll see, I thought I had some better pictures of some before pictures. I would love to have shown you some before pictures of that nice middle picture. This is what the way the well houses should look, right? They're clean, everything's well painted and protected from corrosion with a good quality paint. The floor is protected. And then you look at that top picture, you can see the rusty pipe coming out of the side of the building. You can see the rusty pipe in the building being corroded by concrete or by the chlorine, presence of chlorine. We have to chlorinate, right? You see an unsealed concrete floor that's being degraded by chlorination, both chlorine vapors and, liquid chlorine hitting the floor. So, there's that, not just aesthetics, but operationally sanitary improvements that we need to make to the well houses, and we're trying to get a few of those done every year. Then beyond that is the wells themselves are a real important maintenance item. We need to remove the pumps, check the wells with a camera survey, scrape the wells. They get incrustations, of course. The wells with the metal casing have a risk of exposure to iron bacteria, which is, if you know somebody whose well is always turning up orange goo, that's iron bacteria. It's prolific in this area. You don't want that you can contaminate one well to another by the well driller who pulls your pump, throws it on his flatbed, and then drives over and throws our new pump on his flatbed, and then puts it back. You got iron bacteria. You've ruined a $2 million asset. So that's very important. We've been monitoring the wells for 15 years, and that's very important because the perspective from the Department of Water Resources, they have only a general model to work with. In terms of computer models or scientific models, we all know the saying, garbage in, garbage out, right? If you don't have enough data for the model to make a scientific prediction that's valuable, it's not very helpful. And frankly, without disparaging, that is the situation that the Department of Water Resources finds themselves in. Treasure Valley Hydrologic Project, very blocky assumptions. Cool, but very blocky. Basically, as an example, assuming a potential surface of groundwater by taking the groundwater, or taking the surface water elevation of the Boise River down to the Snake River, and assuming that slant line is the potentiometric surface for the water surface underground. Incorrect. How do they get at something better than that? Really, they don't have access, right? But we do. We can watch what's happening in our wells. We collect lithologic data, which is soil. What's the quality of the soil? What's the negativity of the soil? What's the radioactivity of the soil on a very small scale? But we identify that. So we've been working over the years with this data when we drill a well and with monitoring data on two things. What is our aquifer composed of? How does it lay? You look at the mountainside as we drive through the hills and you see these plunging and tilting geologic layers. Well, of course it's that way underground too, right? So you have a variety of layers underground, that some who can find water, some who don't. So that means you penetrate 200 feet underground, you can penetrate a layer of soil or a layer of rock or something, an aquitard, and have the water pull up in the holes of 42 feet below ground level, right? That's very common. In fact, that's the way my own well at my house is. So the point is that's an extremely technical and much more detailed than a generalized model can attain. So it's very important that we monitor and perform our own modeling, because when someone comes and makes a call against the city's water rights, we need to be prepared to say, we know what's going on with our water. We know how much our pumping draws the aquifer down. We know how the aquifer change has behaved over the past 20 years. So those are very valuable to us, so that's part of the effort that we work on. We need to build 3 new wells this year. Development has driven us to the point where well 20 is one that we worked on before the recession. And we drilled a test well there without owning the property. There was a little blip back then, so we didn't buy the property. And so we just actually completed that. That was a long process. It wasn't bad to work with them or anything. It was just, it was on everyone's back burner because the work had already been done out there. So we actually just completed that last week, right? Or maybe the week before that.
How come Carol's over here going, no.
She helped fix the problem. So well 20 needs to be built. We need to drill test wells. They're one of the ways that we know the right place to drill. It helps us educate. It helps us to create productive, good wells. So we always drill a test well first, and then that becomes a monitoring place where we can monitor. When we drill a test well, we complete a little PVC pipe into every significant water-bearing zone that we pass through. And so that's very important for us to know what's the water chemistry like. Well 20, we just did a lot of rehab work to that. This allowed us to double the capacity of that well. When it was built, there was high arsenic. We had to screen off half of that well. We've just done a very delicate project to inject citric acid, which is why citric acid came across your desk for purchasing. It's food-grade citric acid. We inject it there, leave it for a little while, and then pull it out, and it helps alter the pH so that we're right in that spot where arsenic is no longer soluble or dissolvable, and where manganese is also still not dissolvable because they work against each other that way, and both of them are regulated contaminants. So that's allowed us to double the capacity there. We have a little more work to do on that potentially in the fall on well 20, but right now we're using it to irrigate Mallard Park, and it's not, we can't have it offline. So in the fall we'll try to do that again, and then we're just kind of raising demand, right? When demand gets high enough, we wouldn't be able to take a well offline like that.
Do we ever get neutral on any of our wells on the pH?
I think so. Yeah, we have a regulated requirement to be, I think between 5 and I think 9. And I think some of them do get right on the 7 as a pH, but several of them are a little off that one way or the other, yeah. Okay, current 22 budget, $7 million. Proposed $12,297,000. That's an increase. Whoa, sorry, that's the wrong number.
I was gonna say, I stood on my fingers and it didn't add up.
Yeah, that's, refer to the budget book for our actual proposed 2023. Sorry, I think I forgot to move that from I think that's a treatment plant number, so I apologize. The increase in the budget though, from the $7 million, if you want to do the math, is $1,957,000. Wages are $2,085,000, which includes fee adjustments. Operations, $4,420,000, capital improvements, $714,000 in Fund 70, and $3,681,000 in 71, which is the capital improvement fund. The projected start of the fund balance for 2023 is $12 million. The use of fund balance will be $5,099,000. And those big elements will be constructing those wells that need to be constructed and test wells, and then continuing to upfit and rehab on well houses. That is the water department.
And just for water, just because I just learned this in the last few months, water and sewer have their own fund balance. Those are separate from the general fund or what we've seen, so.
Yes, and they are enterprise funds, and so we've got an obligation, while we could take a loan against those funds, we cannot, what we would have to do is just make sure, okay, are we gonna be able to do the capital projects we must do? Because nothing is more important than protecting the public's health and safety, right? So we have to know that in water and wastewater that we're gonna be able to deliver safe water and do the projects required to make that happen. And we have to know that we're gonna be able to provide appropriate wastewater treatment to protect people in terms of what we put in the river. To say nothing of meeting regulations. Yeah.
Are we supposed to put breakers in?
Yeah, do you wanna take a break, or how far?
We
wanna
are, that's, I'm totally good with
How
that.
much longer do you think for,
We got sewer, sanitation, street light, and irrigation. I'm sorry, I've gone longer than I should have.
I'm sorry, no, we're fine, I just, from looking in there before we got too carried away.
yeah, so how much longer do you think on those, or for?
I think we can get through those in 10 or 15 minutes if we upload.
Okay. All right, I'll take break then, okay,
That works?
15 minutes.
Okay.
I went to the high end on that for you, just so you know, so.
Okay, sewer department. So there are numerous projects necessary, and I apologize, this is one of those things that is really kind of wiggles the budget from year to year, right, or moves the budget, and that's something we account to the public for, is that budget, and so, I acknowledge that this is a thing. Here are the main requests. We have regulations that are, right now we're on a, what's called a, compliance schedule, which means that we have time given to us to come into compliance with what you might call a radical change in the regulation. So they made a radical change in phosphorus regulation, and so they've given us time, and during that time we're allowed to have a higher limit, and then it gets lower as 2026 is the year in which that number comes into play. We think we can meet that number now, but you should know that that's based on what in today's growth numbers is going to end up being a short-term projection of our flow. Because what they've done in our permit is said, well, you can discharge 0.3 milligrams per liter of phosphorus during the summer and 1 milligram per liter of phosphorus during the winter when the cold is going to prevent it from having causing plant growth, undesirable plant growth in the river. But we're held to those numbers from a total mass standpoint, or a weight standpoint. So you say we've got this many pounds of phosphorus we can discharge, and as we grow and we discharge more because there's more citizens, we still are stuck with that pound limit. So it's going to take us from that being this concentration down to this concentration, because we have to divide that pound limit over the amount of water, right, that it's dissolved within, or that it's carried within. So that's known time trajectory. Here's another thing, there's a little bit of a crisis in that an entity called LNR, they collect difficult to dispose of waste, septage, fats, oils, and greases. We don't currently accept fats, oils, and greases from restaurants, so they have to send it to LNR. And LNR recently said, hey, septic haulers, we're not taking anybody but our own from now on. And I believe that DEQ was kind of pounding on them a little bit for whatever reason. I'm not pretending I know the reasons, but it created a crisis for removing fats, oils, and greases. And the consequence that could have for us is that then people are going to be like, well, it's really expensive to pump, or I can only hire an LNR, and so I'm at their mercy, and so I'm not going to pump my fat, oil, and grease interceptor. So that means the city of Caldwell is going to spend more money on compliance, and that means that more fat, oil, and grease is going to leave their interceptor that's supposed to contain that, and allow it to plate out in our sewer lines, which could result in sewer overflow, right, and property damage, which we become responsible for, and in many instances at least. And so that's a little bit of a crisis, and so we're looking for solutions on that. It could mean that we put in an extra digestion capacity. It could mean that we partner with entities that are also considering doing that, and generate natural gas with it to inject into the natural gas line. There is energy credits for wastewater-related natural gas. So more on that when we have something to propose yet. So the current budget, $16,683,000. The proposed 2023 budget with several projects included is $26,825,000. That's a $10 million increase. The wages in the treatment plant are $1,714,000, including the adjustments. Operations is $6,295,000. Capital improvements, $590,000 in Fund 72, and then the rest of it is in Fund 73 capital improvements, including some significant money for design services. Yes, sir.
We, in not too many years past, we've done some large upgrades to the sewer plant to meet these new standards. And you've got large projects here. In your opinion today, I know it changes, moving target, but are we keeping up with the requirements as we see them coming so far?
So last year I would have told you yes, but this year I'm gonna tell you no, and I'll tell you why. Construction costs have increased so much. This shop, addition that we just looked at the design contract for a few weeks ago together in city council, what used to cost us $50 a square foot is now $400 a square foot for shop space. I hope that with the, if there's a change in the fuel prices, that the whole economy can normalize some, and that this inflation is hopefully not here to stay, at least not entirely, because it probably is here to stay at least partially, but, we had things mapped out in a way where we were on a trajectory with our fund balance and the projected growth, where we were gonna be able to self-perform those projects and not have to borrow money to build those projects, that the money would be coming in just in time to build the projects over a 30-year period. So we map out the projects for 30 years. We haven't kept up with that. We have an update to that where a consultant will help us generate new estimates, and it'll help us to see where we stand. But there are two growth elements. One, the new citizens do bring additional users who pay user fees. And so that grows the revenue sum. And then, of course, there's the probability of having to take fee increases, which is distasteful when everyone is getting fee increases on every hand. But that's gonna be necessary. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Use of fund balance, $12,603,000. There's a few of the projects there, and you'll see that trend will continue for a number of years, accomplishing these projects. You'll see this list of projects, and some of them are beginning design only this year, and some of them could possibly be constructed in fiscal year 2023.
So quick question on that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, last year, there was like an addition of like 7 million-ish, 7, 8 million into the fund balance. Is that correct for the sewer? If so, do we expect a similar increase this year? Because I know, so there's 19 in there now, 12 coming out, but do we foresee like a $5 to $8 million increase in the fund balance this year?
The big reason that you're seeing that fund balance increase last year is because we didn't accomplish some of the projects we planned on, or that they were further behind schedule, getting contracts and having the manpower in engineering to even administer a contract for design and stuff. So that's the real reason that some of that fund balance has not been consumed as projected. There's a few pictures on the back that would happily answer questions about. Sanitation. Mayor, maybe we should take a break.
So, I think we're good. So, Councilor Shaw had to go for a presentation, so he'll be back, but, so, yeah. Don't worry, you didn't run him off.
Okay.
Now, Chris gets up and walks out, then, yeah, you probably know you went over your time, so.
So sanitation, here are the most important things. You can see the numbers, and I'm gonna leave the numbers for the council to look at on the sheet. Well, I guess I better mention we have people on Zoom. But real quick, here's the request. The biggest decision point facing the city council on sanitation is that we have a contract, completion in 2023, July of 2023. So here's the options that are before the city council. One is retain Republic Services. We could do a contract extension now. I think we are on either our first or second, I think this is our second extension of their contract. We've been very happy with them. When we negotiated the original contract, we got a really good deal. Now they have to make money, but they kept a pretty small margin, in order to give the city of Caldwell a pretty good deal. You'll find in other communities, we have unlimited trash service, which means you can put your card out there, but you can also put as many trash bags out there as you want, and they'll take them all. In other communities, that's come to where you have to put a sticker on it that says you've paid Republic Services some extra money to take that back. So that's a big decision point. So far, it's been approached, to my recollection, only by Hardin Sanitation as a possible competitor, and they do a lot of work in the rural area here, and they have been acquired by a big company, and so they do have some big backing. They're a big player in the sanitation world, just like Republic is.
I know I'm extremely pleased with Republic. I think they do an amazing job. I don't foresee any reason to switch at this time.
Well, and I do have a little fear with switching whether we can negotiate as good a contract as we have now. Just as an example, and I'm sorry they're tiny because I want to fit it all on one page, but if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see the rate increase history. You see that it's averaging in the 2 and change. Probably 2.4 is about the average. which average is going to be offset by 2023, our contract holds them to a maximum rate increase of 4.95%. And their costs have grown well beyond 4.95% this year. And so they have kept their costs low by doing a compressed natural gas fleet. We had a major fuel surcharge last time fuel costs took a spike because they didn't have this fleet yet. So they're taking natural gas out of a pipeline, compressing and drying it themselves, and then putting it into their garbage trucks with significant savings.
So, Mr. Orton, who did Ada County go to? They did switch, Ada County.
I think Ada County and City of Eagle, I believe City of Eagle, this is a flyer that characterizes Hardin Sanitation's bid to City of Eagle, so I can pass this around and you can take a look at
I
Hardin.
just was curious, but I knew they had switched a couple of years ago.
I know the Republic folks really well. I can tell you I'm impressed with the Hardin Sanitation people, at least their mentality about their business model for the employees and things like that. So, I mean, if the council wanted, we could put it back out to bid and just invite, anyone, we would invite anyone to give us a proposal. Hardin Sanitation would propose for sure, and Republic would propose for sure. Or we can keep it as it is. I think I'll tell you what I think the advantages to each of those are. The advantages of going out to another bid is to maintain the sense that there will always be competition, and that has some value. Also to give Hardin Sanitation a chance, they may be great, they may be great. The disadvantages, I won't characterize because I like to identify the advantages, the advantage on one side, the disadvantage on the other side. So let's just look at the advantages of both, and then we don't double count. Credit to the author of the book, Choosing by Advantages. So the advantages of keeping Republic in there, in my mind, would be better assurance that our contract could stay. We could say, hey, we'll extend the contract, but we got to maintain these terms. That your maximum growth rate in the fees is 4.95% still, and it's still based on the CPI, and it can't grow more than that. And so that's an important consideration for the council that we'll have to work together on. And I'd love an indication from the council if you have to extend, whether you'd like to ask for a proposal or whether you'd rather attempt to negotiate a new contract or a contract extension with Republic. And then if you find it unfavorable, you can still go out for a proposal. We need to start wrapping our heads around what we want to do now so that we're prepared when we hit July of 2023 where the contract will expire.
Depends on the council. I agree with the mayor. Public service has done optimal work for it. They've done a wonderful job. I don't know, but I haven't experienced anybody else, but public services has done a great job.
I would agree. I think we're good.
Okay, so I'm going to accept that as direction to begin working on a renegotiation of a contract extension with Republic Services. Okay. I'm going to skip down to, there have been some requests by members of the council to look at a full-time or recycling for everybody. So there's advantages and disadvantages. Here's the advantages are that to what we have now is on the subscription basis, that those who aren't subscribing or have some cost control, they can keep their rates a little lower. The advantage of requiring it of everyone is that the rate would be less for everyone because there's an economy of scale achieved when more people are doing it. There is a commodity that comes about when the city of Caldwell realizes a commodity revenue from recycling, but it fluctuates in the market with other commodities. And in general, that all comes to the city with the exception of the recycling that will originate from the downtown trash compactor. We have indicated that we would use that commodity value to help offset the cost of running the compactor. That's owned by Republic, it's rented by the benefiting businesses, and it's pretty expensive. So, other opportunities, a veterans discount, smaller trash carts. And so Republic has given us, you'll have on your desk there a little summary sheet that says what some of those things would cost. I'd like to show you their fee proposal without that. And maybe that's something we should do on Monday or Tuesday night. Is there time for that? Yeah, so let's look at, what I'll plan to do is we'll look at the fee proposal without those modifications and with. The thing I want to kind of keep an eye on is that as we make changes, that we don't damage the favorable contract conditions that we have. Okay, there you can see the fund balance is the current year budget rather for 22 is $4,922,642, and the proposed is $5,283,715, which is an increase of $361,000, which is tied up in that, 4.95% increase. Now, I will tell you that I did find that I had undershot the, contract fee, what it's gonna be, in the proposed budget. It showed $3,875,000. Because of this fluctuates not just with their rate, but also with the number of citizens, so we're making a guess when we do this, and I guessed wrong. Or at least I've projected, and I think I've got a better guess for you. So, you're gonna see, I will work with Carol to insert this higher contract estimate number, and note that that's going to alter, that could actually cause us a little bit of a use of fund balance this year. But I think not, because I think the revenues will also be improved with that increase in cost. And the way I projected that is by taking the 2021 actuals, and projecting them with the two rate increases that have occurred or will occur by the time we get to this budget. So there you go. That's sanitation. On the back, you'll just see, that's the trash enclosure that's meant to be constructed by the post office yard. Streetlight department, requests move city electricians to this department, create a superintendent position, which will be a replaced an electrician position. There's 3 positions, and we're down 1. Consider department name modifications to cover the fact that they'd be doing streetlights and other stuff. Conversion to light emitting diodes, we mentioned already. The current 2022 budget is $745,811, and the proposed is $820,882, which is an increase of $75,000. I believe that that's substantially attributable to increases in costs, operational costs. Wages are housed in the street department, so wages don't have an implication in this budget year for streetlights. Improvements, $300,000 is budgeted, so that would maybe be what you could, it actually, none of it passes the threshold for being considered from a finance standpoint, capital improvements, but that's like, new streetlights, et cetera. And our projected fund balance in 2023 is $1,295,000. There is no use of fund balance projected. We were $4,000 to the good, $4,000 to the good as budgeted. On the back, you'll see this is some of the work that our electricians have done for streetlights. This is the 21st Avenue parking lot that they're working on for the city. It's actually an urban renewal funded project, happily, and you can see just their excellent craftsmanship in laying out those conduits in such an orderly manner, and then the traffic signal work they do. So that's our presentation. Thank you so much.
Good, thank you.
Good job. Not sure we break. I think I blew it by about 5 minutes, Mayor. Sorry.
That calculates out to $250,000, so let's see where it's coming out.
You can take that on my wages, as long as you put my wages up high enough to accommodate that.
Very good. Okay, we will take a 10 to 15 minute break.
So, you know, Mr. Orton's presentations always are somewhat long, but I always learn something I didn't know. Yep. They're very thorough. Yeah.
Basically, they know it's like an X-ray for each.
Oh, yeah. You know what I did last time, there was like a so we can do the fire.
Because I've been neglecting work at home, and I had some emails to go through, and, you know,
I can go home tomorrow, email, to my desk for 3 days. And then next week, we're in fire negotiations, 95.
oh, wow.
Okay, live stream back.
Okay, so sounds like our live stream's back on and going. Took a little break, got some snacks, got re-energized, and we are ready for Mr. McDonald and his presentation, so all yours, Mr. Mac.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I do actually. Okay. Well, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to the budgets that I oversee. As you know, I am as a city engineer, I oversee the engineering department budget, the Parks and Forestry department and budget, cemetery department and budget, and then I'm also involved in Fund 50, the capital improvement budget quite a bit, and then also Fund 52, which includes the impact fees for the parks. And then more recently, I am involved also in the mapping department budget. And so we will just briefly run through each of those. So most of these departments don't have large expenditures. We don't have projects that are funded out of the engineering department or some of these other departments per se. And so, for example, we'll start in engineering. The engineering really, I mean, the biggest parts of the budget are the personnel that we had talked about. There are technically 4 positions requested. Right here you'll see there's 5 positions because there would be 2 associate engineer positions. One of these positions, the scientist, this position was recently approved through council already as a mid-year approval, and so that position has been approved, but we want to just make sure that we are accounting for that budget also in this budget year. The associate engineering positions are critical for project development. The city has been spending quite a bit of funding on hiring consultants to design projects, and this is something in the past that we have been able to do in-house, but recently we have not had the manpower to be able to do any design in-house to be able to build these projects, and so it's been contracted out. And just an example of that, for some of those parking lot projects went through urban renewal earlier this week, and you know, to design a parking lot, you would be spending close to $60,000 to hire a consultant to do that, where if we had the right personnel in-house, we could probably, with 3 people, put something together in a matter of weeks. And it's on the city's timeline, and so there's some huge benefits to that. Those projects include transportation. There's a lot of transportation needs that we have dealing with our street pavement projects, our intersection projects, all of our ADA compliance. There's a lot of things there that need special attention and design work. The other 3 positions here are all correlate to our water quality, our water permits, and as Brent was saying, the MS4. Let's see, we have the MS4, we have the multi-sector general permit, which is the airport permit, municipal storm sewer system permit, stormwater pollution prevention plan. All of these things that are tied to DEQ have to be regulated. We have to make sure that we are complying with all the requirements that we have so that we don't get ourselves in hot water with them. We have been under a little bit of scrutiny over the last couple of years. We've had several surprise visits from DEQ at facilities, and they have been checking up to make sure that we are staying on top, and they know that we are understaffed in this department, and that may be why they are giving our city a little more scrutiny. But these positions, we feel are very important to make sure that we're staying on top of all of our permits that we have, water quality permits and discharge permits. The only other real requests we have are, we need 2 inspection vehicles. in the engineering department, and this is just for the inspectors to be able to go out and be effective in their, project inspections, and not have to share vehicles and try to coordinate or, schedules and things like that. And then we did have a kind of a larger item in there that was regarding, furnishing, at the Nancola Center, if we switch over to, that TVCC building. And the question, I guess, we had there was, we didn't know if that was gonna be part of a city project that was all funded from some other revenue. So we stuck, some funding in our own budget there so that we could, assist with that transition. The revenues here, we have the revenues and expenditures. So what you see here is the current revenue, was 1.6 million for fiscal year 2022. The proposed for 2023 is 2.1 million. And we got the memo a little bit late. This actually includes these positions that we had up there, assuming that we were gonna add those positions in. And so the way the revenue works for the engineering department is, it is an allocation from several other departments. And so as Brent and I were looking at the budgets, it's difficult for us to go and complete all the budgets for all these other departments like water and wastewater and these other departments that have to contribute to the engineering department, without knowing what our final engineering department number is. And so what we did was we took the final number, assuming that those positions are added, and we can always take those back out if it's not the council's, prerogative to have those positions in, but we wanted to add that number in now, so that when we went back and did all the allocation from the other other departments, those budgets were all, finalized and balanced with that allocation coming out.
Quick question, so the 1.6 million that would project, that's your was the projection for current revenues for FY 2022, is that correct?
Yeah, that was correct.
Is that holding steady, are you, gonna be above that, below that? What do you project?
It's not the revenue.
And I know we have a few.
Expense budget, Mayor, it's not the revenue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the expense budget is what we are spending.
Okay.
This is what we spent in 2022, the 1.6. And the revenue is designed to match the expense. So whatever our budget is, whatever we feel like we need to spend in the engineering department, the allocation from all the other departments is adjusted to meet that. So the revenue is gonna match whatever the expense is that we're projecting. So,
You do collect fees though, correct, like on
yeah,
subdivision?
yes,
fees?
that is correct.
So I'm guessing those are up from what was projected for this year.
Yes.
Do you know how much those are up, or just ballpark?
We raised our fees, we had a pretty significant raise a couple years ago in our fees. And development has been pretty steady over the last couple of years, and so I don't know that the fees are up significantly from last year, for permits, because we've held pretty steady for the last couple of years. And so my guess is that they may be up a little bit, but they would be pretty similar. I don't have those exact numbers. And so that's taken out of, that is a portion of the revenue. And so the remainder of the revenue is the allocation from the other departments that is adjusted to match what our expenditures are anticipated to be. So down here in proposed 2023, we show, this is a proposed expenditure. This is what we would expend if we did not add any of the positions. This is simply our core budget plus the 10%, plus the 2% KRA and the stair step. And so you can see how much that's changed since 2022, which was roughly this 1.6, it's now the 1.7. But if we anticipate that those positions will be added, then our expenditure will raise up and it'll be in this, about this ballpark of the 2.1, which will add those positions. And that's, like I said, we used this number here just so that we can anticipate what the impact is gonna be on the other departments that allocate to this department.
And Mayor, Council,
The engineering department is within the general fund, and they do not have fund balance, so their needs are made whole by their allocation. So it's dollar for dollar with no fund balance accumulation steps.
Any questions on the engineering department? And the reason that we receive allocation from all the other departments is because our services, we design and we manage projects on behalf of the water department, the sewer department, and so they're basically paying for those services, and that's why the budgeting is set up the way it is in the engineering department.
Maybe one quick question. I know that you have struggled significantly in getting jobs and getting, hiring people. You were drafter, and I think a few others. Do you foresee these 10% increases helping with that? Do you foresee that staying vacant? I mean, what's your, I love your crystal ball, I think you left back in your office, but looking into the future, where do you see those positions? How are they gonna be filled? When are they gonna be filled?
Mayor, that's a very good question. I think the 10% would go a long way, not just for, filling the new positions, but just for employee morale. There are employees that are on the verge of, looking at other jobs and maybe deciding to leave the city, and we really don't want that, because the time it takes for us to train a new employee and get them back up to speed to where an employee that had left was at, is a fairly large investment. And so, I think for some of the positions that we haven't filled, we would look at what the 10% would do to that position, and then continue to have discussions with, HR on whether we feel like that needs to be adjusted further. Like you had mentioned, Mayor, we have a drafting position that's been open for several months, and I have received one application, and it was someone that had no experience in drafting at all, someone that worked at Walgreens or something. And so, it's concerning, because without a drafter, we cannot put a set of plans together. We don't have anyone to draft up a set of plans for us. We can design it, but we don't have anybody to compile it. And so, that's one of the positions that's been difficult to not have, and so we are trying to get that filled. We also have a plans examiner position that has to get filled, that has not been filled yet, and because of that, we only have one person that's doing plan review for all commercial and all residential in the entire city, and he's, getting bogged down quite a bit. And things are delaying longer, and it's taking longer to get plans out, and that is a concern for developers. And so we're trying to get some of these positions filled, and I think that increase will make a big difference. After we get that increase adjusted and it's reposted, we'll monitor and we can make further adjustments if we feel like we need to. This market is just tough to compete in. I mean, that's what it comes down to. It used to not be this hard to get applications in, and now it's extremely difficult to get good qualified employees. The second page here is Parks and Forestry Department. The Parks and Forestry it's basically a combined department, but it's technically two different budgets. Forestry has its own small budget. There's some grant revenue that is received, and so our park superintendent is the forester of the city as well, and so the budgeting for some of those projects that deal with city trees comes from both of those departments. The personnel request, as we had mentioned on Tuesday, for the Parks Department is one extra crew chief. And this is a person that oversees or usually supervises 2 seasonal employees. We currently have 12 seasonal positions in the budget, and as of last week, we only had one of those positions filled. And so our Parks Department is doing the work of what normally 12 additional employees would be helping out on. And so they are stretched very thin. For that reason, we've cut out all of the irrigation projects they've had, and we've tried to contract that out so that they have time to just get the mowing done and the edging and the high priority downtown areas, maintained. Just to keep in mind, their responsibility and their obligations are always increasing. We will be adding 13 acres this year, which would be Sisters Park at the corner of Indiana and Ustick. The Elevate Park was established last year, that's 4 acres. The Albany and Kimball parking lot, which is a parking lot, but it still has landscape areas that have to be maintained. The 21st Avenue parking lot, which is gonna be open later this summer. And this is the one that I was talking to Juan about, whether, I wasn't sure if CEC was gonna maintain the landscaping there, or if we were gonna push that to parks, but, I told Juan until we get more help, it may be his responsibility. We'll figure that out.
Especially if you're giving that new staff person.
Yeah, maybe they'll have capacity. Well, Parks is certainly happy to do it if we can get our positions filled. Fire Station 3 Park is one that's proposed, and that's the 6 acres that is, adjacent to the Fire Station 3, that we are planning to build into a city park. And then you have a lot of miscellaneous things. We have, several new roundabouts proposed that all have this center median that has to be maintained, and we've been looking at maybe doing more of a low maintenance, vegetation in the center, or maybe even something else like what they did at Midland and, Ustick, just gravel, and then maybe some art features or things like that. For the parks, our budget has increased, somewhat moderately. It's, last year we were about 1.58 million, and this year it goes up to about 1.97. And what that includes is the increases to all the staff members. Increases to the salary and insurance. There are a couple big ticket items in there. One of them is the train depot re-roofing, that we added in, and that's $70,000. And then there are some items in there that are for the new building, ice makers, compressors and things so that new building can be retrofitted. And then of course, some of the big items are the utilities, the power and, fuel for all the maintenance that they have to do. Those costs have gone up. Power's gone up, 80,000, fuel's gone up 30,000. And so there's a lot of things that contribute to why that budget has increased the way it has. And I went back through just a couple days ago and scanned the 2022 budget and the 2023 budget just to see where those differences were, and I compiled the list here. But the Parks Department they've been very understaffed, but they have been working very diligently, and I'm very appreciative for the hard work they've done throughout the city to keep things looking nice, to deal with the droughts, the water shortages, all the irrigation problems they've had. They have done a very good job, and so with that, I will answer any questions that you may have.
What's the cost of wax? Is that gone up considerably? Maybe we could start using candles instead of light fixtures. Reduce our electricity budget. Fire department probably wouldn't like that very much, but it's crazy.
Brandon, either you two, are we paying higher dollars at Personnel Plus, or are they, they're going up?
Yeah, so just an example of that, last year, our Personnel Plus budget had, each of those 12 seasonal employees, I think we had bumped it to $12 an hour. In this budget, I bumped it up to $14 an hour, simply because there's no way to hire Personnel Plus at $12 an hour. We've talked to Personnel Plus, and they've made it very clear, look, you're below competition here, you're not gonna get anybody coming over.
I think the street department, they went they went to 17, and they still couldn't get people to apply, or get people over from Personnel Plus, even at $17 an hour.
Yeah, and 14 may not even be enough, but if we decide to go higher than that, maybe we drop a couple of those positions and go to 10 and use that funding but I'm not even confident, even if we go higher than that we're gonna be able to fill all 12 of those positions. And so the Parks Department is bracing for that, and we've given them direction. I have given them direction to prioritize areas. If we can't do everything, then we need to make sure we're at least hitting the high priority areas, the major parks, the Mallard Park, the Memorial Park, some of those big areas, and making sure that we're just doing the best we can.
Do we need to change the code that appointed officials kids have to come and fill in for these empty positions? It's part of the requirement. I don't know what you do, like, really, it's.
I'm not complaining, because I know you guys, but I've noticed Act 28 is up, right?
Yeah, there was an irrigation pump that was down.
Well, the trimming, the, it's like that.
Oh, yeah. That's possible.
Yeah, I understand.
Exit 28 is gonna be, pretty soon, they're gonna be doing a lot of work out there, ITD is. Exit 29 is a mess right now, and so that's been another factor, is we've been trying to figure out, okay, how much maintenance do we still do out in these areas where ITD is tearing things up? Are we able to keep irrigation on? Do we have to just shut the whole thing down? And so that's another big coordination, factor that we've been working on. And then one other note, the reason the power is so high is that includes a lot of the pumps for the irrigation systems, and that's why. And we had discussion with, Brent and I had discussion on whether that should actually be transferred over to Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District and let that be in the hands of the irrigation department, which is where it may end up, here sooner than later, but right now it is still, a lot of that, cost for power is still under parks.
So you're saying my idea of using candles isn't gonna work to reduce that now?
Believe it or not, the streetlights aren't using up a significant amount of the park's budget power. Those are all LED now, so those.
Yeah, true.
But we do have a lot of parking lots and things, I mean, it adds up. Okay, going
So
to,
real quick, Ross, before we move on to the cemetery, just a couple notes for mayor and council on the Parks Department. The Parks Department, just the Parks Department itself used to be in the general fund. They have, when was it, 6-7 years ago, they got moved to Fund 8. But they receive general fund support, so they do not maintain a fund balance. So they are, adjusted through the general fund with the sales tax revenue. So if their needs increase, then the sales tax revenue that comes into the general fund decreases to go to the Parks Department so that their revenues and expenses equal.
What's their primary source of funding?
Property tax and sales tax. And then the general fund will provide additional sales tax support to them. They, they rent, the park, that's minimal compared to their budgetary needs.
okay, thank you, Carol. Okay, that takes us to cemetery. Cemetery is, its own separate budget, and it is, overseen primarily by the Parks Department Superintendent, Stacy, who works with the cemetery. We do have, Doris, who is our administrative, I can't remember exactly what her title is, Debbie, she's administrative clerk. So she's actually, managed by Debbie directly. And then the other side, the sexton and the maintenance staff are managed through the Parks Department, which falls under my umbrella currently. We had 2 open positions there recently, and we have both of those filled. We're not requesting any additional positions. We have 3 seasonal positions that are open up there, and we only have 1 filled currently. So we have basically three new employees up there maintaining the cemetery, and as of now, it looks like they are doing a great job. We've been impressed with how they've handled that, especially for Memorial Day. The operating budget does not increase significantly. We are basically going from, and some of these numbers came out of the budget that you have and may not be totally accurate at this time, but the budget's increasing just enough to be able to accommodate the 10% in the salaries and the 2% KRA and the step advancement. There are no other significant expenses in the cemetery budget, budget 20 at this time. If you go down to the cemetery capital budget, which is Fund 21, we have an ongoing purchase every other year, which is a mower. And so our capital revenue is, I think it's a little bit more than 11,000 a year now. And we get that every year, and then every other year, we're taking out about twice that. And so that kind of balances out and doesn't cause us any trouble. And that's for a mower that we get. And then the perpetual care Fund 22 is basically the savings fund that the cemetery is accumulating so that at the end of the day, when the cemetery is all full and there are no more plots to be sold, there is a large fund there that is designed to allow perpetual maintenance of the cemetery forever. And so the amount that we will be receiving in 2023 is $203,000 is what we estimate, and that's contingent on how many plots are sold. There are no expenditures out of that department, and the perpetual care budget is actually one that we borrowed against for other departments from time to time and then paid back, and so it's worked well for that. And I don't have the total. I should have got what the total amount is that we have in the perpetual care budget. It's I think it's over $1.5 million or so.
In your fund balance? Yeah.
Currently.
I remember, I think you're right around that number, yeah. And part of that proposed revenue is a loan payment coming in, the accrued interest from those loan payments.
Rob, also, just interjecting here, a lot of those plots that were returned back because of the research that we did, they're starting to sell them. So they've had quite a request for some of the older parts of the cemetery trying to infill now with those available lots.
And if I'm not mistaken, we had received like 200 back.
200 of those back.
Yeah.
Reverted back.
And those were plots that were purchased a long time ago, and there's no record on who.
Well, there was just no heirs.
Oh, who was gonna use them.
So there has,
Yeah.
there's quite a bit of research there. Yeah. Yeah, that was it.
Double occupancy.
Dig shallow.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that takes me to Fund 50, which is our capital fund, and this is where parks equipment, equipment for IT is purchased from. And so just a quick run through here in the capital fund. We have R&M, other, which is repairs to certain things. We have, and this can be items at CEC, if I'm not mistaken, Carol, right, out of Fund 50? Yeah, Simplot stadium fencing repairs, sidewalk repairs, and so things like that need to be done, can be budgeted out of here. Improvements other than buildings. One of the big ones here is, we have, some participation for the pool project that we're proposing. We have budgeted, out of the city budget, 2.5, and the estimates for the work that they're proposing to do is, over 2.7. And so we added a little bit in here to cover that. That also includes the purchase of, Simplot Stadium electronic reader boards, which we talked about yesterday. And then, Mr. Mapp was talking about bike and ped, facilities, that we have been contributing $40,000 every year. And at some point, we may wanna think about increasing that, but, for now, that's been giving us enough to at least get some, improvements done every year. And those are kind of the main purchases that have come out of improvements other than building. Machinery includes, some of the parks mowers. One of the big ones that we are looking at now is the Zamboni. The Zamboni we have out on the plaza is, 30-something years old, and we had some issues with it this last year. And so we thought we ought to start thinking about that, because we don't wanna get to the point where we're in the middle of ice skating season and we have a catastrophic breakdown of the Zamboni and, you know, we can't get parts for 3 weeks or something. We don't wanna be in that situation, and so, this Zamboni that we do have, we picked up used, and it was relatively cheap, and so we would be looking for, looking at new Zambonis and even, maybe gently used Zambonis, and then just some other equipment. We also have a couple licensed vehicles, a vehicle for IT, and then 2 small used pickups for the Parks Department, so that they can continue to get around to all the parks and get the maintenance done that they need to. And then $50,000 for communication fiber, and that was requested by, IT. And then the one thing that was added was, CEC had requested a mower, and this was brought up to me yesterday. so that they can make sure that they're mowing the gabiola fields, everything that Juan was talking about yesterday, is what that would be used for. The total expense.
Real quick, sorry, Rob,
Yeah.
on that more, could that be one of our autonomous mowing locations on Gabriella Field? Have we looked into that?
In talking to Juan, we did discuss that autonomous mower for Gabiola Field, but because Gabiola Field is used by the rodeo and fair, it is so uneven and rutted that that autonomous mower would not probably function properly with that. And then when they are there, and using Gabiola Field, it's gonna get tore up, so all the GPSing that goes in the ground would get tore up by those, animals and vehicles that will go on Gabiola Field. So at this time, we are not looking to put the autonomous mowers there until we can figure out Gabiola Field.
Might be good to, when they're doing the install at Wolf Field, it's right there, to go over there with them and have them look at it, cause I mean, it's pretty, there's a lot of springs in it where that can go over some fairly uneven ground. That wire gets buried just on the outside,
Right.
perimeter, so I don't think that'd be too big of an issue, to be honest. Yes, there's gonna be horses and trucks, but hope they're not driving, like literally the fence, they could go right underneath that fence is. So it'd be worth it, since they're out there, to go and walk that with them, to see, because if so, it's gonna be about the same cost as what that mower is, and that's probably just a typical riding lawnmower, not like one of the nice ones at the golf course.
This mower is to do the landscaping that's gonna go into, the 21st Avenue.
On the other side too?
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is just for that.
And that facility good to look at, because even that, without them having to not do that, it's only two, hopefully three people, whatever we can take off their plate, you know, yeah, really, it'll probably take some, imagine, several hours to mow on that, so.
We were able to cut that down because they were mowing Gabiola Field with a Sears, tractor.
Yeah.
So, the golf course did give them a larger mowing deck and a golf course size mower. And once it cut their mowing time in half.
I bet, yeah. But yeah, when they're out there doing, because I think they're Wolf Field next week, right, for the autonomous?
I don't know when Denise has it scheduled. I know they were supposed to be touching base with her because they were at the golf course this week. And I think from Ken's, message I got last night, they should be wrapping up the install today out at the golf course. So I'm not sure what Denise and, Echo have, scheduled.
So, yeah, follow up with her and just have a look at it, at least, it'll be right there, so.
Okay, and the budget's, real quick for the Fund 50. Our revenue is about, $675,000. Our expense this year is over that, at $896,000, and that is, primarily because of the pool, the extra pool expense. And so we are dipping into a fund balance, about $277,000, we estimate, but that's okay. Our fund balance is at $1.5 million, and so, it's there, you know, to help, accommodate some of these projects. So that's Fund 50. I don't know if there's any questions about that. If not, we will move to, Fund 52. This is the impact fees, for parks. And just briefly, impact fees, cannot be used to rebuild, existing facilities. It can only be used on facilities, that are adding, serviceability to the city. And so you can't go in and rebuild a park that's already existing, a playground that's already existing, but if you're building a new park, then that's appropriate. And the reason is because impact fees are paid to the city by new development, and so as new development comes in, it's anticipated that new development is paying for new facilities and not rehabbing old facilities that have already been existing. Just some of the costs there that we are anticipating, for this year are, improvements to the 6-acre park at Fire Station 3. That includes the land purchase from the fire station, and this is the price for 6 acres that, this is the value of the land when we purchased it, at $240,000 for the 8 acres total, and so we broke that out. Improvements with the grass and irrigation, that's building the irrigation system, the pump station, the restroom, pathway, you have to kind of have all these things if you want to have a functional park. So the restroom would be built, a pathway system. And then that would also include, let's see here. I think I forgot to put, there would also be a parking area as well.
So Rob, are these 100% costs?
Yes. That would be the plan.
And that's not designed yet, correct?
Correct.
That park up there. So when we move forward, I think we need to have some, workshops out there on site in the those neighborhoods to come out and have input on what they'd like to see at that park. So that'd be like Pheasant Run, right there, and then those neighborhoods across the street to the north of Skyway that are new, just to get kind of their take on what they'd like to see out in that area, in that community.
So, Mayor, this, 6 acre here, the 6 acre park at Fire Station Debris, if the state of Idaho, Recreation, whatever the title of that department is, if they approve, this purchase, then that would be utilized to get us out of that non-compliance that we have at Wilson School. And then we have to follow their procedures and processes to define what would be appropriate exchange for space for the violation and the appropriate use at this park.
I think we still need to reach out to those neighbors though, and get their ideas and thoughts, and if it matches, great, if not, then we decide, do we do what's best for the community, or what the state's telling us to do? So, on that, and then if we disagree with what the state's telling us to do, then we have to just look somewhere else on that. But I think we need to take into account what the people that live there, that are gonna be using it, what they want for it, and then kind of compare what we're being told that we might have to do there. And I imagine it should be compatible. The state, I don't foresee them coming in saying, do this, even though your community wants that. So I think that they work together, so go to work together with them on it.
And the reason that Carol brings that up, that's very important, is because until we get that Wilson, parking lot, tennis court thing resolved, the city is not eligible to apply for funding for the pool. We may be able to get grant funding to help build a new pool facility, but until we get all of this other stuff resolved, we're not eligible. And so, we wanna get that resolved, and then that may open the door for us in the future on the pool facility to be able to receive some grants to build some of those amenities there.
So how many acres are in contention with the Washington School?
It's, I think it's less than an acre, it's like a half acre. No, it was just over an acre.
Yeah, because it's a tennis court.
Either way, it's way
It's not, yeah, so it's not so much the space.
Right.
One of the criteria that, first and foremost, with the state of Idaho, to get us out of non-compliance, is that we cannot, for second federal funding, we cannot supplant. So we can't, we'll choose Elevate, because we asked them about Elevate, the property, over at Elevate, that 4 acres, is it 4 acres over there, Rob, 4, 6 acres?
4.
We asked them, can we just use Elevate? And they said no, because we have already designated that as a park. It was already bought with park impact fees. It was already identified in our planning process as a park. This 6 acre parcel at the fire station has never been identified as that, as a park. It was identified by the fire station, and it was purchased by the fire impact fees. So, that is why this piece of property is being considered and reviewed by the state of Idaho for that swap.
And I think it's important to note that it was not us that took that park out of function, and not trying to say Caldwell School District on you, but that's what happened. The Caldwell School District is the ones that paved over it and replaced it, so, and now we're the ones that get a fix of it, which is unfortunate, but it's lay down.
Yeah.
Well, we tried to, how we learned about this is, we tried to chase a grant for pickleball, to do the pickleball court. And they, came back and said, X that, you're not eligible. And then that's when we learned about the violation of the park, and then when we met with them and talk to them about what is the process and our next steps. That's, and they also said, oh, and we noticed your pool is closed too, and that was used, with those funds. And so, we are in semi-non-compliance as well with the pool, with it being shut down.
And actually, before then, the Pipe Dream Park, we tried to use those same funds for Pipe Dream, and we couldn't do it because we were given that land. And basically, we had shred and everything, but it was already planned before they were involved in it, so we couldn't account that towards it. So they're very, very sticky.
Yep. And if we get all that resolved, then, the position that was proposed as the grant writer position for the city would be able to start applying for grants for all of these facilities.
Even if it's on an acre somewhere that's really not being used, and so, okay, we'll do whatever we want here.
Yeah.
Now let's do what we want in these other places, so.
So it's not just about land for land exchange, it is about functionality, use,
What was it, like a tennis court?
yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And a
So,
top park,
and a what?
and a top park. They didn't touch the top park, but they touched the tennis court.
Correct. So it's not so much about exchange acre for acre, it is what is the functionality and how much usage it would receive. And that's what we're looking to exchange. And
Well, that
back in the
tennis court
day,
has
tennis park-
absolutely no usage pretty much, so.
Yeah.
That should be pretty easy.
Well, back in the day, tennis was highly sought after and used, and that's why we had several tennis courts in our community.
Now it's pickleball.
I know exactly where you're talking about now. Those tennis courts were 100 years old. Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so that's the purpose of the 6-acre park. We also have, impact fees going to, partial improvements at, Sisters Park, which is that 13-acre parcel on the corner, which is an extension and an increase basically in usage at the park. And then we were also looking at some improvements, on a city pond that is at the corner of Commercial and 21st Avenue. We have those two large ponds right there on the southwest corner that at one point were ITDs, and they gave those to the city, and now it's, fairly blighted down there and not great looking. And so we had talked about doing some landscaping down there and running a pathway maybe around the ponds and making that more of an amenity as you're entering into Caldwell, as you're coming off the hill right there. Yeah.
Doesn't that also, while we call it retention pond improvements, I think we also, because of this dollar amount, wasn't this to do, like a disc golf over by Curtis Park? Also, didn't that, doesn't this figure include that as potential improvement over there in that little weird, size of property that the city has right in that area?
Yeah, we had talked about that. Disc golf, we have enough desire in disc golf from those entities that they would be willing to pay for their own course, putting up the baskets and the tees. When we've talked to them, that's the information that I've received from them. But, a disc golf course is relatively inexpensive, and so we could certainly, do something like that as well.
Are you talking about the piece of ground we purchased that's by the Silver Bridge going towards Bridge Park?
Yeah, that goes up to the north. That was an area that we were looking at as a potential disc golf location. It will not be improved ever as a, park with lawn and turf and sports. It's more of a natural park. And so it'll be similar to what Curtis Park is now, with some pathways and things, and disc golf may be an amenity that could function out there well.
Why do we have all the no trespassing signs now? It's blocked off, 2 signs, no trespassing.
That's a good question. We don't really have anyone from parks that patrols that area. I mean, we could open it up now and say this is city land.
There's no structures anymore, I don't believe. I think it's-
Yeah, those were all removed. We could open it up. We don't really have any facilities out there. We don't have any restrooms. We don't have any garbage cans. And so we may, before we take all those signs down, we may wanna think about what we wanna put out there so we're not encouraging people to come out there and then litter and do things like that.
Allow any car traffic, because a lot of people camping there, but, think would be fine.
And is this the,
Where the old house was.
Yeah,
yeah, so like,
They were closing before that house.
to the north.
so, this is the one along the Boise River, right, up at Curtis Park? So, Caldwell cleanup day, we ended up actually, I was up there with the dairy gold, cleaning it up, and I thought it was really, really dirty in there, tons of garbage, it was actually pretty clean. We did find an area in the back where it looked like somebody had been living for a couple months, maybe, like in a tent or something like that. But I've had a lot of people, like, they were like, man, this is gorgeous, and this is no trespassing, so,
Yeah,
good or not, I told them, you know what, if you wanted, go ahead, and they say something, say, well, the mayor told me to come back here and watch, so.
I think these people are
yeah.
adhering to those signs right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, they are, which was surprising, and so I thought, yeah, I don't know if we need to get lighting up, that could help, and if that'd be a quick, easy fix, but it's a beautiful area, you have those, kind of that white water come down on the side there in the river and walking back there, so it's a gorgeous area, so I don't know, I mean, maybe we could do a test run where we do take them down for a couple months, go and look, and if all of a sudden it just gets full of trash, then we can put the signs back up, I don't know, so.
Yeah, we can take a look at that. Okay, the revenues for, impact fees, we get somewhere in the ballpark of, 1.5 million a year. That's what we've been getting these last couple of years with the amount of growth that we have. We're proposing to spend 2 million this year on the projects listed above. And you can see the fund balance is about 4.4 million right now in the impact fees. And that's all I have here. The one department I didn't put a presentation together for is the, mapping department. And the mapping department, they are not requesting any significant, they really don't have any projects or any significant budget requests. The only change was, we wanted to create a new position, even though we are not opening a position there. And so I misspoke the other day, I thought we were opening a position, but when I talked to Brent, he made it clear that we're not opening that position at this time, we just want to create a position, that we can open in the future for future growth, and that is the senior analyst position. But aside from that, everything, the mapping department, their only increases are the wage increases that are proposed across the board with the city. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Yeah, I think 11 o'clock was the scheduled time, so Brent's not here, so if you could inform him that his budget just got slashed, we'd appreciate it, so. Yeah, no, that was great, thank you so much. So.
Is there anybody on Zoom that is?
Yeah, that is the Diana and.
Diana
Brad still
is,
there?
Brad is not, from what I can see, and so I don't know if Diana can hear us and if she has any questions.
I can hear you. I was having a hard time hearing Chris a little bit. I don't know if his microphone's not working because I can see him talking, but
I'm just.
I can hear you. Yeah. I don't have any questions right now, but I can hear you.
Okay, perfect, excellent,
Thank
you
you.
so much. So now, do you wanna take a little break or good to keep, okay, me too? Property tax, sales tax.
So Mayor, do we want to, maybe switch this up a little bit and wait for Mr. Stotty to return? Perhaps, we can talk about the wage and benefits review and just kind of put that up and.
I think that's a good idea, yeah, I think I'll have more interest in that, so.
That was my thought too. So, I'll have Mary Kay hand this out, but last night, or what day was it, we reviewed personnel requests. Tuesday, we reviewed and handed out to council all the personnel requests. And so there was a request to have this presented in a different format so they could see totals. So, Mary Kay has reformatted that, personnel request sheet so that we can now see what the totals are for these positions and the total net overall effect. Did I give you the wrong, I gave you, sorry. Handed you the wrong one. as she hands these out, what I'll do here is just kind of highlight, the funding sources for these positions. And again, just to remind the council, these positions are not in, the department's budgets at this time. This is pending your guidance to us. If we go back and put these positions into these budgets, and then we can finish balancing these. So, CEC, they requested a full-time crew chief. And these are estimated costs, we still have to grade these positions, and get these are gonna, our estimate is fully
Sorry,
loaded.
Carol, do you have more stuff that you need help brought in?
After,
Oh, is there more stuff out there that needs help brought in? Ma'am? Do you need help bringing more stuff in? No, okay, thank you.
I didn't know you guys.
Oh. I was gonna volunteer Rob.
And we emailed these to Rob, so he can bring up the, okay, great, thank you, Rob. So these are the positions, again, just in a different format so that you can kind of see the overall total cost. Oh, sorry, never mind. It's called, position request summary. That one, yep, thank you. Again, CEC, that's full-time crew chief. The funding for CEC would come from additional transfer and support from the general fund, in fiscal year '23, with hope that, going forward, once the parking lot is completed over on 21st, that some of that funding then can, supplement this position, as we see what the revenues are for rentals on the,
I think it will completely amend, like I said, we looked at it yesterday, even if it's only half full, it'll create $175,000, which should, but actually a couple more positions. So that should, I would imagine that's opening in July, so it'll be open for this fiscal year for a couple months, and then all of next fiscal year, so that should more than offset that, I would guess, even if they only get 25% capacity.
and if we don't, then, yeah, so as you identified, Mr. Mayor, if that funding does not, then it just would be support from the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. All right, took my pen.
What do we,
Okay. I will adjust the EP's budget for the support of that position based upon funding, from rental. Okay, engineering, as, Rob presented to you this morning, a little bit ago, engineering has requested for 4 positions. These positions then would come from, his allocation that the engineering department does to the enterprise funds and some of the special revenue funds that receive their, support for their projects. Mapping department, we just, touched on that, this would be a promotion. Again, mapping is a allocated department, so whatever, they do collect some fees, but what they don't have in fees then is allocated to, the special revenue funds as well as enterprise funds for the support that they provide to them. Finance, this is the grant coordinator, position, that we talked about, Tuesday. Then the web administrator position, and then yesterday there was discussion about adding another, IT position to that department. So these, positions are 50% allocated to all the funds, because they support the city, all city, departments. And then the other supporting would come from the sales tax, from the general fund that we received in. Fire department, it shows here 6, but a total of 12. 6 would be in the fire department's budget, We, showed in the fire department's budget in yesterday's presentation, the capacity to bring on these 6 firefighters. And then if we receive the grant, then we would add an additional 6 firefighters on that grant.
So just for my record keeping, the 6 firefighters is the general fund firefighters?
Yes,
Am I general fund?
yes.
And I've had this discussion before. The fire department has some loans, right?
What has loans is the fire impact fee.
Okay.
So that budget was not presented yesterday just because there's nothing to use in that impact fee because they are in a loan status right now. So they are repaying, the fire capital fund, for that loan payment on an annual basis over 10
The
years.
individual fire budget is not impacted by that.
This, Fund 1, the general fund, no.
And I think also the way that the fire department is structuring their budget this year in lieu of years past is, in the past, they've taken that $200,000 franchise fee that comes in and put that into a fund balance along with around around this amount right here, actually, that was kind of came off the top. So by not doing that, that instantly gives them that money right there to do it. Yeah, that fund's not growing, but the question comes in, we'll talk more about that, money doesn't really need to continue to grow and take that money today. So really, that money's there today, it's just in the past, it's been, came off the top, now it's not.
And that Fund 51, is also used for them to buy the capital. And as the, fire chief stated yesterday, he's gonna use, $350,000 of that capital to be able to rebuild another engine. So while maybe that fund does not grow, they're still utilizing it for some of their acquisition of capital needs. Facilities, the request for the custodian, again, this would be a 50% allocation to, all funds, with the other piece being covered by sales tax revenue. HR, same situation, this would be 50% allocated, and then the other piece would be covered by the, sales tax revenue. Library, her positions are funded through property tax and sales tax, and I believe when we looked at the library, Lacey would have the building capacity to support those 2 positions with her increase in revenue. Was that correct, Lacey? Okay. Parks. So the Parks and Rec Director is, listed here under Parks. This position would be allocated to recreation, it would be allocated to golf, it would be allocated to CEC, and then it would also be allocated to cemetery. So that, would come from there, but those, the Parks Department itself, so whatever, piece is allocated to the Parks Department would then need additional support from the general fund from sales tax, as well as the full-time crew chief. The Planning and Zoning Department, that position would be funded by building permit fees and the support coming from the building department.
And real quick on that, and Jerome's not gonna like me for saying this, so maybe it's good he's not here. I don't think that's a needed position, to be honest. I would much rather wait on that one, because we just did create a position for them for a deputy chief, a deputy planning and zoning director, if I'm not mistaken.
That's not in here then, because we didn't account for that position.
So-
that position go through,
I thought so. I thought that it went to council a few months ago, and then we held off on advertise. We started to advertise for it. And so I thought it had gone through council a couple, 2 or 3 months ago. And we found out about Jerome retiring, put it on hold to let the new director review that.
that position then is not in their budget at all.
Okay, so then maybe this position needs to transition or change to a deputy
Deputy,
planning and zoning director. Does that sound right, Mary Kay? I know it's been kind of chaotic the last couple of months on it.
yes,
I know
yes.
that we were working on that position.
And I
But I
don't,
don't know.
Or had it, so I know it's been advertised, but.
But I don't know about the approval.
it hadn't,
No, I don't recall it going through the job description.
Okay. So then I guess we would keep the position, but just rather than a planning technician, that deputy, I think it's deputy planning and zoning director.
okay.
I know we talked
then the police department, an evidence tech, within that department, this, as we saw in his budget, that position, would then be funded through his property tax increase, which would then increase his request for, capital, fund balance use. Looks like the streetlight superintendent move it's identified here, because Brent talked about it, but we, I thought he said it was going to maybe happen in 24 and not in 23's budget. Did I misunderstand that? Okay.
But that, the cost is washing.
Right, because it's going from one fund to the other fund. And then in water, Brent talked, this morning about, his, two positions. One is for irrigation maintenance, and then the other one is for water quality tech. And then those positions would be covered by his fees that, he assesses for, water services, his water fees. So with that, we have a total of 2.5 million, but if we pull out the SAFER grant funded position, that brings us down to a $2 million, overall impact for requested positions. And with that, I would stand for any questions that council may have, mayor may have, direction.
I'll ask this, we've discussed this briefly before, and the sales tax piece is coming up later.
Yes, we kind of flip-flop our discussion.
Yeah, when you say everything fits in their, tax increase, you're talking about the 3%, the increase plus new housing, the increased revenues, general fund. All these fit with that increase, am I understanding that correctly?
In the general fund, we would have to go back in and add these positions into my spreadsheet to make sure that our sales tax revenues will be able, but we still have a 50% allocation in there as well.
Well, no, what I'm talking specifically, for instance, the library.
Library.
You said that fits in Lacey's budget because of the increase.
Correct.
And it's just the increase that happens year over year.
And this will be a great segue. Rob, in today's folder, presentation folder, there should be an Excel spreadsheet that says shared revenue comparisons with positions or something like that.
Diana, am I doing any better, or can you hear me?
I can hear you now, when you lean forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Remind me to do that.
You could just turn all three of them on,
Yeah.
put them like all around. You're surrounded. Yeah.
Okay. I did not load the spreadsheet for Rob, but I can go back and email it to him at lunch when we take a break to kind of show you, how we look at the affordability of growth. As we said in the very beginning, we use, property tax and sales tax for growth opportunities within those departments to be able to grow for raises or staffing, or be able to accommodate for any of our, health, increases for our health premiums. So that's where, when we ask them to balance their budgets with current year revenues, but they're really focusing on that so that it allows the growth in the property tax and sales tax to achieve these requests.
Thank you. Okay, does that get us to lunch?
We can stop right here and I can get that spreadsheet, and that spreadsheet then will help segue this conversation into the property tax and sales tax conversation.
Okay, very good. So, for those on Zoom, Diana, we will set your lunch up in your area so you can imagine eating it through the camera.
Okay, appreciate that very much.
Anytime, anytime.
I'm just so
So, Nampa, Big Jack, their fire department is now separate, so it shows up separate, correct, so. In Yankee County, they have one street department, right, so AT&T, the predecessor to that, so if you look at the point, it's gonna be higher or lower because they don't have, no matter what, because they don't have the other candidates together. Oh, like Napa, I was having an argument with Bob Pike, he's, about. Great, apples to apples, yeah, that's awesome. $65, okay, so we got $100 sewer bond. Oh, good, how's that? And, oh, yeah, we're the highest, like, don't go down line, and apples to apples.
That's the part is, like now, for example, that's where, that's, that where, that they're just looking at those numbers, if we do have the people paying for the bond for these events, kids are on tax numbers, they have to pay for it, then it's gonna allow them to know.
My concern with it, I know exactly what you're saying, my concern is like this, that's what I said.
Where do you belong after 20 years? It's looking at shows the market. There you are. Yeah, that way.
I really would encourage, I would be optimistic, maybe it'll pass. Is that where we start?
Yes.
Were you back up?
We're rock and rolling, is that right? Zoom, and YouTube. Is there and going? Okay, who do we have on Zoom?
Diana, the only person.
Okay, so Counselor Register is on there, so, welcome back, Counselor Register. Hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Is there a location where we should be in a vote?
No, we're gonna start here with the spreadsheet that, Rob has brought up, and I'll kind of go through what the spreadsheet does and how we, after talking about these positions. Now, not all of these positions are in the spreadsheet because we did not have them, ready at the time that, I had the spreadsheet ready. So, what we do, what HR does, is they have a budget master worksheet, spreadsheet that they do, that they keep fluid all year. And that master spreadsheet gets updated with each payroll, so that we will have current numbers at the time that we start our budget process. So with,
So real quick, are we doing the benefits review right now, or where are we? Okay,
wages and benefits,
okay, so still wages also, we can throw that, okay, that was good.
and this will be the segue into the sales tax.
Yep.
And, property tax. So what we do is when we lock the budget, then we know what the budget's going to be for the upcoming year. And then we create a new spreadsheet for the future, budget, and then we will track the changes. So what this reflects here in column B, these numbers here that you see, Rob, can you just scroll up just a little bit?
We by chance have this, do we?
No, this is not a spreadsheet that, I tried to make these, hand out these spreadsheets, in previous budget workshops, and they're so tiny that, council has had challenges trying to read them so that we can show what these numbers look like. So what we do is then we look at what's the difference. What's the difference from the budget that we loaded and the budget that gets approved to today's discussion? Right now, what you see here are the changes when we open the budget in April for, the departments to start working on. So we looked at, HR spreadsheet and said, last year's budget with all the changes that have happened through the year, And then what is it when we open it today before we start making changes based upon positions and changes based upon wages and whatnot. And so that's what we begin with. So some departments may have cost savings, some departments may have some increases, and some of these changes are coming from promotions, staff leaving, and positions being filled with, new staff that may not have family coverage and insurance that may come on with, just single coverage or spousal coverage. So some of those, cost savings are reflected in here. When we position budgets, we position fully loaded with the health insurance being at a family coverage. Just so if they come in with that health coverage, then we have it in that department's budget to accommodate the health insurance at that family coverage rate.
So real quick, Carol, so just let Councilor Sonic kind of know where we are at. So we skipped the property tax and sales tax to cover that when you were back. So figured you probably have a keen interest in that. So we're doing the wage and benefit review right now. And then after that, we'll jump back to the property tax and tax. Okay. Thanks, Carol.
And then we will come in here, and if we know of any retirements that have been turned into HR, and we know if there's gotta be any PTO or HRA VIVA payout, that's within column 6. So when someone retires, we'll pull that information out and put it in here so that it's identified as a one and done and it's not an ongoing, cost that has to continue to be funded. Then over in the next column, it's just the math column in column D, and then in column F, the column F column, this one represents, the adjustment for, column D is any adjustments that may have happened with a position that may have been rescored during the year, so that adjustment would be here. Column F becomes a total, a math column. So then, when I get my sales tax, numbers, which is in column G, the sales tax numbers, if there's a growth in sales tax, then that comes in here, so that would be a negative. So the negative will represent an increase in projections for sales tax. The next column is just a math column that says, okay, can sales tax handle the changes that we've had through the year, any market adjustments that happen to positions that may have been rescored during the year. And then that is just the math calculation in column H. The next one over is column I. This is new positions, and like I said, we did not have all the new positions listed when I did the spreadsheet. So the handout that you got right before lunch has the new positions, and they are not on this column, but you do have them in a spreadsheet format, so you can look at the values of those positions to define where we're landing here at the end. Column J is a math calculation. So then it's taking the sales tax projections, netting it against column J just to get column I just to get to the math. The next column, column K, this is the new construction and property tax. So any growth that we are going to take in our property tax then is in this column so that we can see, again, what's the funding and are we able to support positions. The next column is, this was before we knew we were going to do the 2% proposal for the KRA. So this has the 10% and the step adjustments in here so that we can net them against the sales tax and property tax. And then the final column is column N. And this column then is just representing, can we fund it? Can we fund the new growth using our property tax and sales tax projections to fund the new growth in wages as well as in new position requests? The benefits, when we spoke on Monday, again, we're still waiting for the numbers from the actuarial to know if any of our benefits need to be increased. Right now, there's a 5% So this, amount remaining, includes that 5%. So this is done by department, so if we can just kind of scroll a little bit at a time. If it's, a positive, so for the general fund, we can see here, on line 21, column N in the general fund, with the property tax and sales tax, we have capacity to be able to do some of those general fund positions that we discussed. The police department, with their, 10% and the positions that they have requested, they're showing that they do not have the capacity for everything that they've requested. So this is where we talked the other day for the ARPA funding. So this is where the ARPA funding will fill that gap for them. Okay.
Carol, just a question on that new construction number. When do you think we'll have an accurate figure from the county on that?
After we approve the budget?
Okay, right after, okay, so they
Yeah,
won't give you
because-
anything preliminary on that?
Yeah, I have a preliminary number, and we'll look at that here in just a little bit.
Okay.
And we kind of touched on it on Tuesday when I set up that L2 spreadsheet.
Yeah.
That was the preliminary number that I had gotten just a couple of days prior to Tuesday.
Okay.
But they don't firm up their numbers until after we have done our budget. But they're pretty good about giving a good, new construction number and a new, value to us when they give it to us in June. Okay, so when we just kind of scroll down, with fire. Fire's showing that they, have some capacity. Those are for those positions that we, discussed earlier, for those 6 positions for them. Public safety, if we look over here, next to column N, public safety, building safety, and planning and zoning, these are all funded by fees and by the building, permit, fees from the building department. So any, adjustment for them would come from fees. That's why you don't see, numbers here or see whether they have capacity, because all this is showing is new construction and sales tax revenue. It's not showing the fees coming from those departments. And when those departments were presented, they were showing me their net amount. Engineering and mapping, same discussion here. We don't put, new construction or sales tax here for them, because again, they're an allocation. So if they have any adjustments to their budget or approval for the positions and the raises, then this will come to them through the allocation. Economic development, any increases to their budget will come as a transfer from the general fund to support the increase for them. Again, that's why you don't see, any, revenues projected here. CEC, this will come also from general fund support, but if, we, with the new, parking lot over on, 21st, then our fees should be sufficient to be able to meet that request for that new position. Library, as, we, talked just a little bit ago with Lacey, we're showing Lacey does have the capacity for those 2 positions that she is requesting for her budget, with her new construction and her, sales tax revenue. Street department, they also show the ability, to do raises as well. Airport, they would be having sales tax, as well as, property tax in their budget, and then maybe if there's some fee growth, in there too, to accommodate their budget.
Do we have any idea what that fee growth might be, like a ballpark figure, or is it?
That would be Brent for fees.
Okay, yeah, we can keep going, I'm just curious.
So parks, their support would come from additional, sales tax from the general fund. So if we could just pop real quick back up to the general fund, Rob, and scroll all the way over to column B, please. So right here, in column G, I am showing, I've got it highlighted in yellow, column G, revenue showing, I am showing that we're taking $142,000 from the general fund in sales tax in order to, be able to support the Parks Department for their position, requests as well as their raises. And it looks like we have Brent available. Same thing with recreation, the growth in their sales tax and property tax, does provide them the capacity to be able to support the positions and the raises. And I've got a handout here, I think, Mary Sue, did you give council the handout already on the raises?
Yes.
Okay.
That was, earlier in the discussion.
Cemetery, same premise with the sales tax and, property tax for their ability to utilize any kind of, increase in their department. Then the enterprise funds, golf, water, and wastewater, they would, in order for them to increase their, capacities for positions or, raises would come from increased fees to support them. So Mary Kay has, updated this handout that she handed out a little bit ago. It shows scenarios with the 10% and the 2%. You should have one without fire and one with fire. So for example, if we look at, airport, the raises for them total $17,278. And with that, if we can go back to that tracking spreadsheet for airport, please. There we go. So there you can see they have that capacity with that built in. So there's the 17,000 in that, column M, still showing that they have a little bit of capacity beyond the raises.
While we're on your spreadsheet, how far off is the police department being, balanced? You said they did not have the capacity for what they were asking for. I'm curious how far.
So their capacity is going to be utilized with ARPA funding. When we spoke about ARPA funds.
They are covered.
They would be covered, correct, with ARPA funds. And when we presented their budget yesterday, that budget showed the assumption of ARPA funds being used for their budgets to balance them. And then the excess of expenses was just their capital. So that excess of, $563,000 is their capital request to use their fund balance to acquire those cars.
Proposed re-increase in airport, that proposed re-increase would would result in $22,000 for additional revenue in 2023, and that improves as those legacy leases convert over.
So I'm just gonna repeat that for, I think, Deanna, so she can hear it, and anybody else. So, question that came up earlier about the fees for airport, how much that could generate, and the estimate from Mr. Orton was perhaps around $22,000, and that potentially increasing as the legacy leases expire. expire or go away, where those could go up from there. Is that correct, Mr. Orr? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, if we can go back to that handout, the handout that we gave you that has the, wage adjustments, this column shows the approximate cost per department for the 10% and the pay scale adjustment. And then the next column shows the 2%, KRA for October, providing the total, cost approximate per department. And then that final column shows the 10% and the pay scale adjustment being implemented, with the first pay date in July, the cost for the next 3 months to those departments, to be able to define, those departments. So those departments, right now, we're trending with our, special revenue funds, our sales tax, collections are trending about, is it 8% or 6%, Mayor? I think it was 6.2% on that spreadsheet I gave you. So many numbers, so many things went to my brain, but I think right now, actual collections received to date are about 6% above our budget. So they would be able to, in the special revenue fund, that receive, sales tax, be able to do this implementation of these raises now. The other departments would be using either transfer from the general fund that already received transfers from the general fund, and, or, probably, excess, like in Brent's departments in water and sewer, that would come from utility billing customers. Those are moving into the area where we've seen some growth, in revenues and his, charges for services. Any questions on that before we go into, and then, just so that we know how to move forward, because there's a lot of, positions here being requested, and we touched on how those positions would be funded, or if they have the capacity to be funded. Just needing to know a direction as we start getting ready to lock down that budget in the next week or two, so we can start preparing, for our public hearing.
So, any direction, thoughts from either Councilor Stoddard, Councilor Argid, or Councilor Register as well? If you have anything, feel free to pipe in at any time.
Are any positions creating some concern that maybe it's yay or nay? Maybe this is something we need to put off, certain departments?
I don't have, my thought is, all of this stuff is absolutely necessary. It's a huge dollar number, makes me very nervous. But the growth that we've experienced and the inflation that we've experienced makes all this stuff just, in my opinion, it has to be done, or we're not even gonna get our work done.
No, and we will hit that burnout with our staff if we haven't already hit burnout with staff.
I think we're close in many departments.
Yeah, we are.
And I know we're gonna get into this more here pretty quick with the sales tax, especially with the property section, but I know inflation really hurts, but it does help the sales tax numbers are just through the roof, increase on that. So the increase we're gonna see on that, you know, really, if I'm not mistaken, well over $1 million more than we're getting in the way we're projecting it. I know we're gonna get into those hard numbers, but the inflation hurts, but it also, these cost orders means we are getting more sales tax, so it does help to offset some of these costs, so.
Silver lining sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't want that, but it does come with that, so.
There comes that silver lining with that sales tax, it helps when we have that growth in our community. It also helps too, with Caldwell, because the legislature in 2021 did, an adjustment to the formula that they give to the community. And Caldwell was a community that, at the time, our, population, and I don't know the whole formula the state uses to allocate sales tax with, but it benefited Caldwell. Some communities, it did not benefit when the state realigned how they did the formula for sales tax. So that's where we've kind of seen this uptick, with sales tax because of that realignment. It really has, helped us receive additional revenues in the past where we really haven't had that growth in the sales tax area. So that, change with the legislature really gave us a good boost.
Did I get a copy of that chart right there?
This, you should, you have it.
I looked through it, I don't see
You didn't get it? Oh, sorry. She handed it over to Lynn, sorry.
Okay, I got it right here. Okay, thanks, I got it.
Okay.
The only comment I have on before we get into this, and Chris, you might cue in on this too, is we always have to keep in mind our priorities here are safety also. So we have to make sure that, you know, we get the police lined up and the fire and, you know, all those folks, and then
Correct.
everything else falls in line with all of that, so.
So you should have two of those handouts, Councilman Sadi. Like I said, one will
I just
have
gave him the one, cause the one that doesn't have the fire name
fire,
on it,
yes.
probably.
And then there's one that does have two fires, cause if we do open the contract, for them, they would then, fund negotiations could be, appropriated for that 10% as well. So you have one that shows a projection, for fire, and then you should have one that will show without the fire, because we can't, put that in the budget for them until we are through negotiations, but we're just showing it for discussion purposes today, as they have requested to, negotiate on that as well. And if, we afford our, other employees the 10% in July, that they have asked that we would consider that for them as well with our negotiations.
Which we should.
So Chuck, say what you were saying again. I've got the first half, I didn't understand the last.
I'm just saying that safety, like fire and police need to come first as far as our priorities, and then the other departments are below that, so. And how do we come along with negotiations with the union?
We start Monday.
Oh, we start.
Yeah,
So we had an initial one already, and it actually went really, really well. I met with the union president beforehand, Will G. Gray. We go back quite a ways, we played ball together in high school, so, and we had a great conversation, and told me, you know, we're gonna come into this with a great attitude, and, you know, we're gonna expect the best, and you do the same with us. We're not gonna try to lowball you here, and you highball us there, we'll meet in the middle. So when we came in to meet with them, we came in and said, look, we're proposing 10% for the employees, so we're proposing 10% for you. We're not gonna say, you know, 6%, you come in at 15 and we'll meet at 10. We're gonna come in with a good faith effort, and I think they've appreciated that, and it's been very open, and that we, you know, the setting was changed. You know, I know I was involved in it a little bit last year, and it felt very much like our attorney was here, they were here, and it was like the court setting, and I didn't like that. But we want a round table type discussion, so we've been very open. Chief Raleig's not here, but I asked him to lead the discussion rather than the attorney lead the discussion. The attorney's only there to help make sure we're following the law and things like that, not to be really the negotiators. We need to negotiate among ourselves, and I haven't spoken to Will recently, but for everything I've heard of, it's going very well, so it's been a great process so far.
Yes, I was involved in that in the past too, and it always was adversarial,
Yeah.
and, you know, trying to meet each other's needs, so,
Yeah.
that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I do have, the next topic is going to be, sales tax. I thought I had a handout. If I don't, I can give it to Debbie, for sales tax.
Are you able to do that?
I didn't bring it, so Mark's gonna bring it. It was a PDF that you had open, shared revenues that you opened right before we started position discussion.
I have my own spreadsheet, but I don't think it's accurate for me to fill in blanks and questions and amounts. Yeah, go for it.
Councilman, you want us to, okay.
We'll
Would you
just
like
wait a
us
couple
to-
minutes, if that's okay? This confused me, so this would be good to ask some questions on that. And so we'll wait for Councilor Allgood to get back.
So Carol, so I'm clear on these two charts here, what's the difference?
One has fire, one does not have fire.
Okay.
Yeah, we just wanted to give you the numbers without the fire so that you could understand what, the impact would be. And then we wanted to at least give you some knowledge of, what the fire would look like if we opened the contract to allow for that 10% for them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's talk sales tax.
Yes, let's talk sales tax. So what we have here is a comparison of our, sales tax revenue sharing that we get from the state, and then the highway gas tax that we get from the state, and then the liquor apportionment that we get from the state. I'm gonna talk on the easiest one first, and then we will, talk about the sales tax. So the liquor apportionment, we get a budget book every year from AIC, and I have a spreadsheet that I track along with, AIC's numbers to make sure we're tracking, our figures, pretty close to each other. Liquor apportionment, was it 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, Chief? We put it into your budget, came from the general fund, and we added it to the police budget. So now the liquor apportionment all goes into the police department's budget. It no longer resides with the general fund. So they receive this full amount.
Then I was trying to find, I know I received an email just yesterday, I believe it was it this morning?
About the liquor.
Was it a 7% increase over what they projected?
Yes, and then it's gradually decreasing.
Yes, it's gradually increasing down because of, statutes that they will take funding from that.
So, but I think, yeah, for this year, it's 7% or rather above what they, which I think that's a decent amount for the additional revenue projected.
Yeah, so this is our projection. I look at the AIC's projections and kind of take into consideration what they're, hearing from the legislature and what they're hearing, from their economists and their analysts, and so these projections are based pretty much in line with what, AIC does in their budget book. So that's the liquor amount. Same thing with the highway gas, tax. This is coming directly into the street department. We cannot use that funding anywhere else. This is specific for the street department.
Cheryl, specify which numbers you're saying when this number comes to us. Which number on the sheet are you discussing?
We're looking at the 22-23. So what we have here is the comparison, where I'm just trying to show you, where I got my growth. When I say we have growth to fund budget, the growth in the far column, Rob, right there, that column right there is the growth between the current projection and last year's projection. These are not actual, these are just projections. We're just showing budget projections.
So our estimate for liquor is $642,000?
Correct. And then same thing with the gas tax. our estimate for the gas tax is 2.9 million, and again, that is looking at the AIC publication and their projections, and comparing our projections with theirs.
So, Debbie, it's actually an 11.3% increase. That's what they're showing, projected on that.
And I show 13, so I'm not too far off.
So maybe a quick question, so on the district gas tax, the 2.969 million, and I don't know if Brent, you'll need to answer this, but so what's that money, what do you use that money for in the street department?
But has to use for.
Please, probably, do you mind jumping on the mic, just so
Sorry.
we're moving here?
So those funds, it's divided into two.
There we go. Has to be it's divided into two categories. A few years ago, the legislature passed, House Bill, what's it called? I want to say it's 431 or something like that. Anyway, so this is actually divided into two pockets. One of them is House Bill 431 puts specific requirements on that portion of that money. And then the balance of it all has to be accounted for on the, annual road report for use for either maintaining, chip sealing, winter maintenance, road construction. Anyway, we just have to prove that or certify that we've used it in accordance with the requirements in the statute there. And, the House bill just has, that's about 500,000 roughly, blocky numbers of that total. And it has to be, and there's a little tighter subset of things that it can be used for. The rest of the money can be used for anything that's appropriate to the street fund, you know, so we can build curb gutter and sidewalk with it, build roads, do traffic signals.
Wages, can you use wages?
You can use it for wages in the street department, yeah. Any wages that are relative to, yeah, yep.
And there's not a supplanting issue, right? Can't cut city funds and use, as long as the street is good.
Right, yeah, it's not like, and basically, so we have never attempted to say the pennies that came in the 431 have been exactly used here. We're just showing that we've used at least the amount of the money to satisfy the requirements of 431, and I don't think that's the right House bill number, but for the purpose of,
Right.
you know, I got it in the budget that I could tell you.
Is there a timetable on that too, Brent, when it has to be spent, or can it be carried over to the next year, or not?
I believe that they anticipate that money will be spent every year, and that's never a problem.
Okay.
But I could be wrong, Councilman Sonic, there may be no prohibition against carrying it over, but I think they want to be able to show, excuse me, the legislature that it's that money is being put to use every year, so. So if I had to make a guess, I would say that.
We probably want to make sure that that doesn't go into any of the, fund balance, yeah.
Right.
So, quick question, the 2.969 million, is that for this fiscal year, that money that we're receiving, so that's projected for 23?
Correct. 220 is projected for current year 22. This was last year's projection.
Okay, so that was, so the 2.8 million is what we projected getting this fiscal year right now, 2.9 next year. Where are we at this year? So we projected 2.8 million, but what are we receiving, or what are we gonna receive? Because I know sales tax in general is way up, compared to what we probably.
I did not run a budget status report on that collection yet to see where we're trending at.
I can give you year-to-date, it's about a month old.
Yeah.
Give me a second, I'll grab it. But those are pretty tight because they're based on, there's a lot of collaboration between AIC and helping provide those projections, and the tax commission. So, I think the projections are usually pretty good.
I think we're trending real close to our projections.
Oh, grab it year-to-date.
Brett, Rochelle can pull a budget status report on the street department. And she can look at that specific line item for the gas tax, for the revenue.
And also, because I'm gonna have the same questions for the general sales tax as well, so she wants to kind of have that in the back of her mind as well, to look at what we projected and where we're at, where we're gonna most likely end up at.
Right now, we're trending, like I said, Mayor, in that report, I think around 6% ahead of collections.
Yeah, we're at 61%. of what we projected to collect, which is where we need to be, we haven't gotten the final two payments.
Right, so this is the gas tax, right, we're at 51%? So we're just slightly 1% ahead of our collections on the gas tax, which would tend to kind of trend considering the current climate we're in, people working from home, and as my concern with this is as we start seeing this escalation in the in the gas prices, that people are not gonna drive as much. So we could see a trend where while we're trending at 51% for the first 6 months of our fiscal year, we may kind of start dipping down now, instead of trending up again, with people not driving as much due to fuel costs. And I'm not sure where, this will go, but I did hear on the news, the governor is considering, not, assessing fuel tax for the next 6 months. Well, if he does that, that could affect our revenues as well.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
I heard, all I heard was an article last week.
It'd have to come back into special session, and I would be just shocked if they brought them back for that. And if they do it, the proposal is to opt to, basically the state would pay whatever that was gonna be to the cities or whoever through the surplus that they have. So we shouldn't have a change, but I would be flabbergasted if they came back in a special session for that.
So Mayor, of the state revenue sharing, as of May tenth, the actuals were, 382, or basically 383,000.
What?
For the May tenth, year to date on, on the state revenue sharing.
Are we talking highway tax, or talking revenue sharing sales tax?
That's state distribution.
Oh, okay, that's revenue sales tax,
And
okay.
the gas tax, which is, it's House Bill 312, get the right numbers.
You're close. You're right there.
Wrong order. So that's all lumped together in the year-to-date, but the year-to-date for that on May tenth was, $1,453,730.
We're trending right at projection. Okay, so sales tax, and again, I have a note here at the very top of this in red, in our fiscal year 2021, legislators did a change in our calculation, so that's why we are seeing, our projection for 22 was 5.6 million, and now over here in our 23 budget, we're looking at a projection of 7.1 million. So that's the change that, we are being able to benefit from with sales tax projections from the, legislative change that we received.
So, quick question, so we projected 5.7 million for this current year. And we're trending about 6% above that, is that right?
Right now, as of our second receipt of sales tax, correct?
Correct, and we've got that third one where it sounds like it's trending higher. I know it's had a pretty significant increase in it. And this goes
Our
back to.
third one comes in July.
So what was our, do you know what was our sales tax for 2021 proposed? What we actually did receive? Fiscal year 21? Are we able, can we look that up, or is that gonna take too much time?
Do you have it for just the street department, or are you doing it for the whole?
And that can, I mean, you can give me that number later too, I was just curious, that was one kind of see the trend, where, you know, what we budgeted, how much actually came in, kind of where we're at on that, any increases.
Whole city, Rochelle.
Full city
Pull
sales
it up,
tax.
it might take about 5 minutes.
Yeah, Rochelle can pull out budget
Yeah,
status
that's fine,
report to
that's
show you what our total was for 2020. It'd be the budget status, right? It shows,
I can do the budget then.
yeah, this budget status that would show the sales tax only, because it would have our budget in it for 21, and then it'd have our actual.
Yeah, then I know.
That's why we're seeing, over in the 2023 budget line, sales tax revenue sharing, I'm showing 23 and 22, and then in red, I'm showing a 26% increase. Again, that's a result of our, change in distribution that the legislative, changed for us.
So is that the number there then, in the 2020, the 3.695 million? Or is that the amount of sales tax we received in actual fiscal year?
No, I got my numbers off on that. So our sales tax projection for 21 was 3.6 million. But then the legislature did another change to us the previous year, where they used to take what we call revenue sharing, and now what we're calling sales tax. They used to split the two up. One would come, they're both sales tax. One would come to us through the county, and one would come to us directly from the state of Idaho. Now they've taken the county out of that mix of having to distribute it. State gives it to the county gives it to the city. Now they've taken that county out of the mix, and the state gives us one check once a quarter, all sales tax, instead of trying to split it up.
Brett, I just noticed on the airport, it's almost double than what we had last year, so that should help somewhere. Okay, I don't know if Rob's aware of that, but Mr. Oates, but anyway.
Well, okay,
It's just, yeah, so if you see over the far, it just shows a $32,000 increase for Brett.
you're looking at which one, of the state revenue sharing?
Mm-hmm.
So kind of maybe going off of what Councilor Stock said too, they're kind of looking at we're projecting a $1.75 million increase in our sales tax from current fiscal year to next fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct. So that would then assist in, if we look at our, scenario for the departments for the raises, as well as position requests, see where, that 1.7 would totally cover.
Okay, that's what I thought, I just want to make sure.
And then the position request would come from, I mean, we don't have to, I'm just using it as an example, that says, 1.8 million is what's needed for the, pay raises as well as the 2%, 1.8, and we have 1.7. And then for those positions, when we look at our, property tax, then we can see where our property tax is aligning, if the council chooses to take the full amount.
And I think also I think we're gonna see increased revenue, you know, with, cause I think our building permit fees are, you know, with the P&Z fees are gonna go up by probably about $150,000.
Well, that's just from the permit review fees, and I know they're increasing, when you go fees later, they're increasing their revenue considerably, which really should, just P&Z alone, we should get $200,000 plus, I think, increase fees, which I think, and looking at others, and things like that, we may get there with just that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I failed to include this in the sorry. I failed to include that in my budget for the airport, so yeah, it's 32,000 more, which is great.
Yeah.
That offsets almost the 250 we took from your review, so.
All right, we're on our way.
You're doing good, you're almost there, so.
I'm gonna go look for a few more of these.
So, thank you so much for that info, Brent.
Find it in the street department as well, Brent.
But I also did do this before. I always mark the emails that come in and I so.
That's the big one.
So the street, that's $402,000, then, right? That wasn't shown?
100,000 increase for them, yeah, I guess that
This
was
is just
request.
better and better. So what else, what else can we find in here?
It really is the same all the time.
We love your forgetfulness there, Brett.
Just don't let it happen the other way, where,
That's right.
oh, wait, that's,
Yeah.
right?
He'd be in my office if that happened.
It's easier to confess this one, yeah.
Okay, any questions on our sales tax projections at this time? Okay. Talk about property tax. So Rob, in the folder, there should be that L2, yes. So we spent some time on Tuesday talking about this L2. This is the, document that we have to complete for, the county in order to receive our property tax, request for our budget. So this, property tax this L2 document shows, the calculation that, we go through to get to that request. If we could go to the L2 worksheet, which is the next tab. So this worksheet, allows us to begin with our most highest property tax budget for the past 3 years, to calculate a 3% growth. So that is this current year, fiscal year 22's property tax budget. And so we're taking the calculation is 3% of that, which you see there on line 2 at 615,000 and some change. Then the next line, line 4, is the preliminary levy rate. This preliminary levy rate is the result of House Bill 389. Prior to House Bill 389, we could use our current levy rate to calculate new construction. So previous to that, we would be able to put in this year's levy rate of 5.8 mils, but on the previous tab, on the calculator tab, we have to go through this process now with House Bill 389 to arrive at a preliminary levy rate, and then that calculation is performed with our 3%, with the potential 3% growth divided by our net taxable value, and then that's how it arrives at this preliminary levy rate. And then back over to the L2 worksheet, then that levy rate carries over here. Then we have the new construction that the county sent to us last week, and then that new construction less 10%, because we only get to take 90% of the value of new construction. So then that is here on 4A. That amount is calculated against that preliminary levy rate, and we get down to 795,000. So between the two, then the next section is our annexation, and the same process applies for annexation. We have to calculate another second levy rate, which is over on the calculator tab again. The county then the spreadsheet then calculates the second levy rate that we use against annexation, and then that levy rate is applied against our annexation value. And that provides another $25,000 in annexation value. So the 615,000 plus the 795,000 and the 25,000 gets us to a budget of $21.9 million if council chooses to utilize this full amount. This spreadsheet, if we scroll down to the bottom, Councilman Sonic, I believe on Tuesday, you were asking some questions about foregone. This calculation only shows the total amount of the city's foregone, held in foregone, but this one is not calculating foregone at this time. I've not been provided any direction if that is a wish of council or not, so I have not included it in this calculation. It just shows our total amount. If we were able to take it, we are locked into a maximum of the amount we can take. And I think preliminarily, on another spreadsheet, we would only be able to take, I want to say around $200,000 of this foregone if that was the direction. And that is a whole nother new calculation from House Bill 389 that we are now subject to if that is
Rob, these looks like we see our total property tax this year is It's 21.9.
21.9 minus the 20, the three added together is about 1.4 million.
Okay, go down again. And then we have to minus some off of that? Or is that 21.953 the correct amount?
2193. I think the difference is gonna be about 1.4 million, correct, Rob?
Yeah. 1.4 above last year?
Correct,
So this is the old one here, right, Carol?
correct. That's the current one we've levied for. This would be the new one we would potentially be able to levy for.
I have those numbers from
Okay, do you wanna come to the microphone?
And then, so she's coming up there on the very, the Zoom one here is about 10 seconds behind there, so I can't delay on it, but the very last one, I think it's line 41. It says, maximum non-exempt property inspection, including foregone amount, for the specific, that, but there is no foregone amount.
There's no foregone. What this,
That would just be if there was, but there's not.
That's correct. What you're seeing, why you're seeing the difference between 21.9 and 21.7 is this property tax replacement of 219,000. We don't levy on that amount. We only, we receive it, and we receive that flat amount, and that flat amount of 219,000 is, all of that amount is also in the police budget. That was added to their budget 3 years ago in order to assist them in meeting their budgetary needs.
Now, we're back to the entire dispatch cost is back in the police budget now, correct?
Correct.
We broke that out temporarily,
We did, the general fund used to assume that cost.
and now it's back in the police budget.
Correct.
Carol, this is the 3.368, is that a good number?
The 3.6, yeah, that comes directly from the county on another spreadsheet that they give me. And when they send me this form, when they are getting solid with their numbers, they'll send me this form about August, and it will be pre-populated. But they've, given me permission to, they've locked this spreadsheet, so people can't make changes. But they sent me one that's not locked so that I can run numbers in here, knowing that this is not the submission one that I will submit to them, but it at least allows me to run scenarios through here. And right now,
Just a comment, I think if we could stay away from using foregone on the public side, I think we will look a lot better, even with all the increases we have, but that's just a taboo for everybody, I think. Every time people call me, did you use foregone, and, you know, keep saying no, and that's always a good thing, so.
and now you see it in black and white
Yeah.
and yellow.
Yeah.
I don't think that we've ever used foregone in my memory.
I have on my sign here, not in 7 years I've been here.
The only time I can think that we've used foregone is when the economy tanked. We lost, $1 billion in assessed value. And then I think that the council took foregone at that time because it also cut $1 billion.
2007, 2008, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was around.
And the budget, that has been presented to you includes this assumption of taking the full 3% and taking the full, property tax, reconstruction growth. And that's what their budgets have right now.
90% of that anyway.
90%, yes.
Did you have those numbers, Michelle?
So last year in, sales tax, we budgeted for 4.497 million, and we received 6.179, which was 1.6 million increase we did not receive. This year, we're at 58% of budget, so we are a little on the high end.
I said 6 or 2, so we're at 8, yep.
So about 8% then?
8%, yeah,
That
above,
would equate
yeah.
to about $400,000
thousand, I think.
Yeah, I've got
over.
429.
which then allows for us to do those adjustments.
And then, okay, so last year, basically, we made like $1 million, over $1.5 million, correct, from back in. Did that roll straight into fund balance? What happened to that 1.7
We can't say that it rolled straight into fund balance, it went into the department's budget. So they received that sales tax, accordingly based upon the percentage that is in their budget for sales tax. So if we got an extra million, then each of those departments received proportionately that increase into their budget. Now, to be able to go in and say sales tax is sitting in fund balance is very difficult because we do not finite track expenses specifically assigned to specific revenues. So what's in their fund balance could be, like in recreation, maybe it's fees. I don't know, because we don't align and say, all right, when sales tax come in, it's gonna meet payroll. Because what happens when you don't get enough sales tax? If you're going to align expenses very specifically to say fund balances, extra revenues from sales tax, we don't have that accounting software in place to do that.
And then this is more towards property tax and stuff, but this is just, again, I'm just trying to track, so this may take a minute to look up, but property tax from fiscal year 2021, I show that we were 19.7 million for the city.
Sounds about right.
And about 9.9 million for renewal.
If we look at our draft budget, it will show.
Yeah, it'll show that one.
It will show that. It'll show our levy rate. It doesn't have the actual sales tax for 2019. It just shows our levy rate.
Yeah, I guess we can move, so what I kind of been looking through it, in FY 21, property tax, from what I can tell was 19.7 million, revenue was 9.9 million, for a total of just under 30 million. FY 2022, so the current one we're in, we projected 20.3 million more or less property tax for the city, just over 10 million urban renewal, so just over 30 million total. This year, I know the projection is over shown here, so we're at, well, 21.7 million, I have 21.5, I'm a little off there. And I'm guessing urban renewal will be, well, maybe that's the question, so urban renewal, is it gonna be, cause it goes away halfway through the year, so are they, or?
It goes through the beginning.
Like, it doesn't really halfway from now, but from October, right? So they won't be having a 10 million
No.
dollar cut on.
Urban renewals revenue, while we show a budget of, let's use that 10 million figure, because I think that's what their budget was, that does not mean that's the city's revenue from urban renewal that will come into us.
Yeah, I know that, I'm just trying to see what was the total property tax for the citizens, not just the city, but
Citizens,
combined, yeah,
sorry,
citizens
citizens.
combining, it's basically combining both of those, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And again, numbers may vary a little bit, but, so for 23, it's gonna be 21.7 million for the city, and maybe around 3 million for urban renewal, is that?
Are you talking city, or are you talking overall urban renewal? I think we're projecting almost a little over 10 million again for them.
Okay, so for those, people, it's only gonna be around for those 3 months.
So how that's going to work is, while we do sunset on December 22nd and 22 of this year, all that's doing is putting the state tax commission and the county on notice that we're done sunsetting. So then they take that value, just like they do through the year, and they're working new construction values, that then becomes part of their process and calculation to start working with the new construction will be back to each of the taxing districts. So when they give us our new construction next June, then they have had notification from us timely to give us those projections.
So, probably roughly 10 million then
So it will,
ish.
yeah, and it will just flow just like our normal property tax revenues will flow. It's not a mid-year thing that we get. It will come with our normal property tax distribution check.
So the total will be pretty similar to this year, most likely, like about 31 million for that. And then looking, I know this is looking into the future, or looking at fiscal year 24, say the city stays on track kind of where we're at, so say we come in at 22 million of property tax requests. Urban renewal is gone, and that will augment the city by probably around, what we looked at last was around 30 million-ish.
Correct.
Correct?
So we have another,
Probably a little ball, so
can you pull that
that.
spreadsheet up? That spreadsheet was, that, calculation is what I ran through this spreadsheet. As I said, the county had unlocked it for me so that I could start running scenarios, and that's how, with their assistance, that's how I got to, this calculation and that projected, levy rate, is I put it into this spreadsheet.
So, and we don't need exact numbers, I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the right path, my thinking. So let's say we highball it, and let's say it's 4 million, which I don't think it will be, but just highballing, so that's 26 million, which is still gonna be 5 million less than what the overall tax burden is for the Caldwell this year. Am I trending right or off? Does anybody, am I making sense to anybody?
No, I'm not tracking. Let's use
I think
the
the total tax
spreadsheet.
burden is 31 million, right, with urban renewal and
Whole
Caldwell?
city with urban renewal.
Next year, it's gonna be more around 20.
No, because if you're talking the whole city, it's still going to be 30 million.
Urban renewal doesn't take extra taxes, so.
Yeah, I think a portion of what the city, but I'm saying that they won't have that now, and we won't need 31 million for the city.
Right.
So we'll be really probably functioning.
Oh, okay, so 31 million is not for the city. Yeah, only 3 million for the city.
3 million of the urban renewal. Oh, out of that 10 million, because it goes into other tax districts.
Correct.
Okay, now I'm trending. That's why we talking, yeah, so.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, yeah, so, right now, that's what this is trending to.
They were anticipating around 10 at one time.
No, we were never anticipating 10 at any time. 10 million is all, so can you scroll up a little bit? The 10 million is for all of these districts together.
Okay.
All of these districts right here that he's circling is what makes up the $10 million budget today.
Yeah, because Mrs. Warwick was telling us that one of the, Mrs. Warwick?
Warwick.
Julie.
Oh.
She was telling us at one of the meetings I attended in December, January, that once the, URA sunsets, the city will be getting 10 million.
No.
I said,
No, never.
no.
Never. 10 million is the whole urban renewal budget.
Yeah.
And that, I guess that's where a lot of whole misconception is out there, is because it's coming from all of these taxing districts that exist within the urban renewal allocation area. And then you have to take this column here that says 2006, you gotta take that base off of that value. The 10 million is just tax revenue. This is the value of the base, and so when that base comes off, then you add the operating in, the value in the district for the city, and that's not necessarily the value for all of those other districts, it's just the city's piece is 1.5 billion.
Right.
And then the math takes that off to get you to the 1.3 billion. Then we run the scenario at House Bill 389. We only get 80% of 1.3, so that's how we get to the 1 billion value. When you have to do that calculation for the preliminary levy rate, when I throw that into the preliminary levy rate calculation, we get down to 28 mils. That's what we calculated against what the 1 billion for new construction, and that's how we get to only 3 million. So that's all the city will receive.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead first.
Carol, next year, when we're sitting in the same spot, we're looking on your L2 form, our levy rate was,
Thirty-eight?
38.
Uh-huh.
Next year, when we're sitting in this spot, it could potentially be 28.
Correct.
That's a really, really, really low number. I mean, that's
Yeah.
almost a dangerous number. That's almost too low.
Very.
That's what I mean, it's lovely to have a nice, because we were so high 7 years ago, but that's almost a dangerous number on the low side. if
Right,
I'm reading
because it
it.
really affects your growth opportunities. It's gonna affect your new growth and new construction.
And the figure we were trying to get to, based on what she told me at that meeting, was, I believe we figured it was gonna cost us around 173.5 million. And then if it was 10 million a year, then it would take 17 years for the payback. And I said, no, that's not right.
No. This is,
So out of that 10 million, just say 10 million round ball figure, how much of that goes to the city?
3 million.
Yeah.
And that 10 million, again, gets reduced, because it's not gonna be a full 10 million that comes back to everybody. It's gonna come, yeah. So that 10 million that urban renewal gets based upon a levy rate, it is the incremental growth from that base. This incremental growth from this number here in column B. When it comes back to each taxing district, they too will do the same calculation that we are doing on line 46. So if you look at urban renewal's budget right now today, of that 10 million, 5 million is coming from the city. That's not what we're gonna get, because House Bill 389 does this to it.
So, carrying this on out, when the urban renewal area sunsets, the average homeowner in Caldwell, me, will my taxes go down, or will they change, or will they do anything?
I can't tell you that, because I don't know what these other taxing districts are going to do to you.
What will the city of Caldwell's tax on my house change?
For whatever we finally land at, but today's discussion, if we take the full amount that we just looked at the L2, you're gonna be around 38 mils.
So my
Give or
tax
take.
rate's not really gonna change a heck of a lot.
Your tax rate?
Yeah,
Well,
my homeowner.
You're currently taxed at,
Yeah, my property tax.
you're currently taxed at 58 mils, but that was at last year's value.
Right.
This year's value times 38 mils.
My value went up 44%.
So I think it should go down a little bit, because we're gonna get out of the 10 million, 5 million is Caldwell portion. Next year, the max is with the 3 million, so there's 2 million that should, so we should.
Might bump a little, for the house value, will probably,
Yeah, well, it depends on the levy rate, right? But that 2 million is not acceptable amount to use, so there should be 2 million that's left in the bank, I guess you could say, that should.
It won't even go into foregone. That 5 million that comes to urban renewal. And then when we do this calculation, it won't even go into foregone.
That's why next month we're trying to get this new bill in, like Scott said last year, we got the House Bill 389 from that, so.
oh,
Yeah.
So the homeowner's exemption would be great for you, it'll work for the homeowners, but it's not going to affect.
Yeah, because right now you're stymied at 125%.
right.
This bill would actually take the median price in your area, that would be your exemption.
So going back to indexing, basically.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So what it will affect, can we go back to the L2, please? If that bill passes, what it will affect to the city, and I don't know any numbers by any means of what can happen, but on the L2, calculator tab. So on the calculator tab, and can we scroll right here, this 5.4 billion, that is taxable value. So that already has the homeowner's exemption of 125,000 off of the higher number.
Mm-hmm.
That's taxable value. So if that homeowner's exemption increases, this number will decrease.
Yeah, and it could go up as much as $180,000 instead of $125,000 based on inflation.
Sure.
And that would lower that 5.4 number.
On our budget side.
Right,
Yeah.
on the budget side.
And each area will be a little different, based on the amount of homes they have there and the price and all that, so.
Who are you working with?
Bruce
IC
Scott.
committee, and, Bruce Scott. Yeah. If you're at the Lone Star development on Lone Star, you know, those are all $1 million homes, that's a lot different than you and I.
I don't think it's $1 million.
Went through a couple of them.
Councilman Scotty, does that kind of help? Then I, understand that, misnomer that's out there among some of our population about the urban renewal, we're not gonna get 10 million.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get 5 million.
Exactly, 'cause I knew that, I just knew that wasn't a good number. It'd been great if we could have checked, but.
Yes, I would then tell.
Yeah, see, all of us, like, hey, you know, we haven't had it, go ahead and keep this.
All those other agencies.
I don't think they'll do that, but they did, so.
It's been a great blessing, I'll tell you.
Oh, wouldn't it be?
Well, thank you for answering all those questions. Like I said, the more I talk, the more I learn, so that's good, so. Sometimes you look dumb in the process, but that's.
It's okay,
it's smart,
it took me a while to, it's a hard thing to put your head around.
Oh, absolutely.
For me to be able to have one-on-one conversations and talk about it, I have to use a spreadsheet to just wrap my head around it, plug the numbers in, let me see. So I was very grateful that the county gave me this spreadsheet and unlocked all of their calculations so that I can start putting, scenarios in here in case there's changes that council wants to say, no, we don't want the 3%, what does that look like? Or, no, we're not taking new construction, what does that look like? So that is, I'm very grateful that the county has provided me
So,
with.
and personally, it's very helpful to me to see that those numbers on the L two, rather than some other kind of spreadsheet, because it makes sense to me there.
Thank you. I'm grateful that they've allowed me to use this as a talking tool.
You must have a great trust factor with, Brian, Zach, and Chris now, that's great.
I hope I do, I really hope I do.
That's super, that's
So
super.
that it's important for me to have a good relationship with them, because it allows me to be able to get information from them. Because if they have that trust that, as I talk to you guys and say, these are preliminary numbers, they're not hard numbers, because the county's still working numbers.
Oh, yeah.
And so they don't wanna put something out there that, well, Carol said this, and then it comes back to them and things change, and they're going, well, no, that wasn't the number. So I'm very blessed to have that working relationship with them, where they trust that the numbers that I'm using, I truly understand that they're preliminary, and they're used for talking points, and they're used for estimating, and able to help, you guys understand and see the budgetary picture.
And we understand that too, which is, you know, that's what's needed, so.
Is there anything else on that, or I don't know if you had anything else, if there's any
And
other
there's more questions?
questions, or I think we got a lot of them in, so, which is good, so.
Appreciate you delaying that until I got back.
Oh, yeah, definitely, so we knew we'd probably be redoing it if we didn't, so, I think it worked out well, so, on that, and I think,
That was it.
wraps it up for today,
yeah.
so obviously we still have Tuesday evening, which would be great, because I believe everybody will be here for that, and going through a lot of these nuts and bolts, gives us time to digest it. Like I like to say, marinate over a few days and kind of see where thoughts go and where we're at, and come back and really get into it, and some further discussion, on some items, and the fees. Also, I think Tuesday nights, we're going over the fee proposals. So we have those, so you can look at those and kind of see where they're at and come with any questions on that. That'll be from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. here in this room. We will be providing dinner, that evening, so you can plan on that, and we'll feed you well, because it's gonna be a fun, might be a long meeting, so we'll make sure to feed you good that night, so. Okay, and with that would end our workshop for today. Let's, actually, real quick, Diana, or sorry, Council Register, are you still there? Does she show up on there, on Zoom?
Yes.
Do you have any questions, Diana? Are you there? You're muted if you're there. Okay. If so, feel free to email them to us or give us a call later. But again, thank you for everybody for being here. Thank you to staff for the presentations and for answering our questions. It varies very much for each. Like I said, questions don't mean that we're trying to judge or anything like that. We're just trying to learn and kind of make sure that we're doing the right thing. So we appreciate your understanding with us and your patience as we ask these questions, and know that we're not trying to dig anything or any way. We just want to understand it the best way we can.
I just wanna add that thank you to staff, because being a part-time counselor and trying to stay up with all this is so difficult to do. And staff just really, keeps us up to speed, because, again, being part-time, seeing numbers part-time make it more difficult.
And as you, I've been seeing them full time, and I still have questions and stuff, so it's, yes, appreciate it very much. So I look forward to Tuesday night.